Cek satu, satu dua mic.
Bueno, nora, nona, 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 suka toda dena rame pesta itan. Nora, nona, 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 lupa dari meha du muro mea. Hey, nona, lupa muro mea, mai tamoga soka toda dena rame pesta itan. Suka toda da ainga, we da ainga, we da ainga, we da ainga. Asik, nong mari nong mari nong mari nong. Kita goyang-goyang joget sampai pagi nong. Jangan kasih kendor goyang maju mundur dong. Jangan hanya duduk mungkin tidak lari dong. Jadi geke gole norai nung ribut. Kena rame pesta hitam sok.
Cek satu. Cek satu. Cek satu satu. Cek satu. Satu dua. Cek satu. Satu dua mic satu. Satu dua mic satu. Satu dua mic satu. Cek satu. Satu dua mic satu.
Untuk boleh mempersiapkan dan memastikan bahwa koneksi Bapak dan Ibu baik agar bisa mengikuti seluruh rangkaian kegiatan hari ini dengan baik. Terima kasih. Kami mohon izin untuk ke depan, 2 menit ke depan kita akan segera memulai acara pembukaan. Terima kasih.
Cek satu. Satu dua mic satu. Satu dua mic satu. Cek satu. Satu dua. Cek mic satu. Satu dua. Cek mic satu.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. We are delighted to welcome you here in Jayakarta Hotel, Labuan Bajo, Flores East, Nusa Tenggara, for the third Biennial International Conference and Exhibition on Science and Technology held by the Faculty of Science and Engineering of Universitas Nusa Cendana. Can we get a big round of applause for our conference today? Thank you very much. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Profesor Dr. Hewan Max UE Sanam MSc, Honorable Dean of Faculty of Science and Engineering of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Professor Filipi De Rosari, SSE, MSE, MSc, PhD, Honorable Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs of Faculty of Science and Engineering, Dr. Randa Maria Kleden, MSc, Honorable Vice Dean for General Administration and Finance of the Faculty of Science and Engineering of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Dr. Eric Umbu Kondi Maliwenu STMN, Chair of the Organizing Committee, Ibu Catherine Behar, SSE, and Biotech PhD candidate, eminent speakers and resource person, honorable invited guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salve, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera. Selamat pagi dan selamat datang di Labuan Bajo sekali lagi. My name is Sinche Baunsele and I'm delighted to take part as the host of this conference. On behalf of this committee, allow me to extend our gratitude that we are blessed with health and the opportunity to gather here to discuss various important issues in the global trends in science and technology. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome gesture to you, we would like to present a traditional dance of Manggarai. Please join me to welcome UKM Tari Politeknik El Bajo Komondus. Once again, please join me to welcome UKM Tari Politeknik El Bajo Komondus. Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. The opening ceremony of the third ICEST 2024 is commenced by singing the national anthem of Indonesia. Please rise for the singing of Indonesia Raya. special event, we would like to invite you to come closer inside our institution. So coming up is a short profile video of Universitas Nusa Cendana. Please enjoy.
Berbagai potensi yang dimiliki Nusa Tenggara Timur membutuhkan sumber daya manusia berkualitas dan bertanggung jawab dalam pengelolaannya agar menghasilkan karya dan menjadi kekayaan intelektual yang akan memperkaya kasana suatu bangsa. Menjawab tantangan tersebut, Universitas Nusa Cendana hadir untuk menjadi bagian dari mata rantai harapan dan aspirasi bagi Nusantara.
Bersama Undana, mari kita memberikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan berbagai pencapaian lainnya. Bersama Undana, mari kita ciptakan prestasi dari Nusa Tenggara Timur untuk Indonesia yang lebih maju. Saya Max Sanam, Rektor Undana. Selamat datang di Universitas Nusa Cendana.
Sebagai universitas pertama yang berdiri di Nusa Tenggara Timur sejak 1 September 1962 dengan nama Universitas Nusa Cendana atau dikenal dengan Undana, kami terus berevolusi dalam meraih berbagai prestasi. Undana mempunyai visi menjadi universitas berorientasi global atau Global Oriented University yang berbasis pada keunggulan lokal.
Visi Universitas Nusa Cendana adalah universitas berorientasi global melalui peningkatan mutu, relevansi, dan daya saing berbasis keunggulan komparatif dan kompetitif kawasan lahan kering kepulauan. Untuk mencapai visi tersebut, maka misi dan program yang dikembangkan adalah peningkatan SDM menjadi SDM unggul dan adaptif, pengembangan kualitas mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang terampil, lentur, dan ulet atau agile learner students, peningkatan inovasi dan sinergi tridharma, dan peningkatan tata kelola berjadikan excellent university governance.
Undana mengalami suatu transformasi dari satker menjadi perguruan tinggi badan layanan umum. Perubahan ini berpadanan dengan fase kedua dari roadmap Undana, yaitu peningkatan mutu pelayanan pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian masyarakat untuk mewujudkan komunitas intelektual yang memiliki daya saing dalam pembangunan. Berstatus sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri, Undana terus meningkatkan pelayanannya untuk mewujudkan universitas yang memiliki tata kelola yang baik, membangun masyarakat akademis yang bertanggung jawab, berprestasi, dan berdaya saing. Undana terus meningkatkan jumlah fasilitas pendukung berteknologi mutakhir seperti laboratorium terpadu biosains, laboratorium terpadu lahan kering, ICT Center, dan berbagai fasilitas lainnya untuk mendukung penelitian yang memiliki manfaat langsung kepada masyarakat. Berbagai kerjasama dengan pemerintah, industri, institusi pendidikan lainnya, baik dalam maupun luar negeri, dan pemangku kepentingan yang terkait untuk memfasilitasi dan memberikan kemudahan dan kenyamanan pada seluruh sivitas akademika juga terus dilakukan dalam rangka peningkatan kualitas pelayanan. Dalam mendukung minat dan bakat setiap mahasiswa, Undana menyiapkan berbagai fasilitas karena kami percaya setiap individu harus dapat mengembangkan diri agar setiap mahasiswa dapat tumbuh menjadi yang terbaik. Bersama Universitas Nusa Cendana, mari kita bergandengan tangan meraih masa depan yang lebih baik dari Nusa Tenggara Timur untuk Indonesia yang lebih unggul.
Great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experiences in dealing with STEM and local knowledge in promoting sustainable development in archipelagic region. To begin with, I would like to invite to the podium Chair of the Organizing Committee to deliver her welcome speech. Please welcome Ibu Catherine Behar, M. Biotech PhD candidate.
Thank you, our host. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to see so many enthusiastic faces today, here and there. My name is Katarina Jenit Karanjahupa Behar, and I'm honored to welcome you to the International Conference and Exhibition on Science and Technology in 2024. Firstly, I would like to greet everyone with salam damai sejahtera. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, Om Santi Santi, Salve. ICEST is a biennial event, firstly organized by the Faculty of Science and Technology of Nusa Cendana University in 2018. The second ICEST was held back in the COVID pandemic in 2020, and that was take place in online. This year, it is fully organized hybrid. ICEST set up aims to create knowledge sharing space for experts, academicians, and professionals in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Also to encourage more impactful research, integrating local knowledge into scientific knowledge. It brings together some of the brightest minds in the relevant fields, from basic to advanced, to share insights, discuss challenges, and explore new opportunities. Aligned with the aims, the Faculty of Science and Engineering strategic plan is focused on strengthening efficient research and community service in STEM by leveraging excellent local knowledge and resources in a globally oriented institution. The knowledge and expertise shared at this conference will play a crucial role in supporting sustainable development in archipelagic regions, like East Nusa Tenggara. Furthermore, it will contribute significantly to lifelong learning and the broader community. The 2024 ICEST involved 55 presenters with reviewed abstracts and 383 participants, covering a diverse range of topics. The scope of the presenters' topics ranged from material science to chemistry, biology, biotechnology, physics, mathematics, electrical engineering, architecture, information technology, waste management, mechanical engineering, renewable energy, and industrial and craft design. This diversity promises a rich and engaging experience for all. Our reviewers are from the University of Miyazaki and Nusa Cendana University. I hope everyone enjoys a fruitful and productive discussions at this conference. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to our honorable keynote speakers who will share their knowledge and expertise and even best practices with us. We are privileged to have several distinguished guests. They are Associate Professor Tomoe Sekito from Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Miyazaki, Japan. Arigatou gozaimasu, Sekito. Thank you very much for being our collaborator for this ICEST conferences. Professor Dr. Engineering Engineer Francisco Danang Wijaya, ST.MT, PM, from Department of Electrical Engineering and Information Technology, Faculty of Engineering of Gadjah Mada University of Indonesia. Matur nuwun jih, Pak. Associate Professor Paul Christiansen from School of Environmental and Rural Science of University of New England, Australia. Good day, mate. Thank you very much for coming. Dr. Linda Wilminche Fangidae, ST.MT, from Department of Architecture, Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Nusa Cendana, East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. The next one, Professor Madya T.S. CHM, Dr. Darfizi Derawi, Timbalan Pengurusi Jabatan Sains Kimia, Fakulti Sains dan Teknologi, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Selamat pagi. He's actually joining us online. Ibu Elia Zulaika ST MSc PhD from Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business, Institute Technology of 10 November, East Java, Indonesia. Also to our invited speakers, Professor Dr. Febri Odel Nidbani, SSE, MSE. Yes, selamat pagi. Associate Professor Yaya Rukayadi from Department of Food Science and Technology of Faculty of Food Science and Technology, University of Putra, Malaysia. He's not here yet because he's still on the way to be here from Kupang. Yeah, Dr. Doni M. Sihotang Eskom, Master of Computer Science. Selamat pagi. Engineer Maria Lobo, Master of Mathematics Science, who will attend this event online. Over the next few hours, we have an exciting lineup of sessions designed to inspire and inform us. From keynote speech to interactive panels, there is something for everyone. I encourage you to engage actively, ask questions, and maximize the networking opportunities. Let's make this conference a memorable and impactful experience. Lastly, I offer my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Rector of Nusa Cendana University, Professor Dr. Hewan Max U.S. Sanam, Master of Science, and the Vice Rector, and the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, Professor Felipe de Rosari, SSE, MSc, Master of Science, and all the Vice Deans of the faculty for the fantastic support. Also our collaborator from the University of Miyazaki, again, arigatou gozaimasu. And the sponsor for making this event possible, PLN, or Indonesian State Electrical Owned Enterprise. Also the Jayakarta Hotel, Charisma, and Rumah Tenun Bakunase. To the beautiful conference chair, there is one word opposite to another, team and mate. Thank you for your hard work. To all the presenters, both on site and online, good luck with your presentation. Let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu, for the opening address by the chair of the organizing committee of this conference. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, next speech will be delivered by the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Science and Engineering of Universitas Nusa Cendana. May I invite to the podium Professor Felipe de Rosari, SSE, MSE, MSc, PhD, to deliver a welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again to welcome the Dean of the Faculty of Science and Engineering.
Your Excellency, Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Prof. Maksanam, Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, Universitas Lampung, Prof. Suripto Dwi Yuwono, Dean of Faculty of Maths and Natural Science, Unila, Prof. Heri Satria, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, State University of Semarang, Prof. Wirawan, and Vice Dean of Faculty of Science and Engineering, Dr. Maria, and also Dr. Eric, Head of Department in the Faculty of Science and Engineering, Universitas Nusa Cendana, keynote speakers, Prof. Tomo, Dr. Paul, Ibu Ilya, and also Prof. Danang, distinguished guests, and also all the participants. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, salve, dan salam kebajikan buat kita semua. As a Dean of the Faculty of Science and Engineering, Universitas Nusa Cendana, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the third Biennial International Conference and Exhibition on Science and Technology with the theme, the role of STEAM and local knowledge in promoting sustainable development in archipelagic area. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to keynote speakers and all the participants, especially those who have traveled from across the globe, Prof. Tomo, Sekito, and also Dr. Paul, to be with us today. Thank you very much. Your presence and demonstrates the shared commitment so we now all have towards sustainable development and innovation, and particularly in the context of archipelago region like here in East Nusa Tenggara province. Today, we gathered to address a critical issue facing not only in our province, but the entire world, how we can harness the power of science, technology, engineering, and maths alongside local and indigenous knowledge to foster sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, STEM disciplines have long been recognized as a key driver of the innovation. Whether it is clean energy, solid waste management, and sustainable agriculture practice, or advanced technology for coastal management, STEM can provide us with the tools and frameworks needed to address the pressing environmental, economic, and social challenges of today. For archipelagic regions like East Nusa Tenggara province in here, which are often more vulnerable to climate change, natural disaster, and resource depletions, the role of the STEM is even more critical. Technology advancement such as renewable energy system, waste management, smart switching management, and water desalination techniques are helping the islands communities adapt to global challenges while preserving their ecosystem. And it is essential that we continue to promote research and investment in this area to ensure sustainable future for all. However, technology alone is not enough. So local knowledge, the wisdom passed down through the generation of indigenous and local communities also plays an important role as well. So this knowledge encompasses the traditional practice in resources management and land use, biodiversity conservation, and also with all the integral to the unique ecosystem found in the archipelagic regions. So by combining this deep-rooted wisdom with the modern scientific approach, we can create holistic solutions that are both innovative and culturally sensitive. Ladies and gentlemen, local communities, especially those in remote islands, have long demonstrated their resilience and in their methods of the farming, fishing, and conserving biodiversity. These methods have been tested over country and often sustainable in the ways that modern practice may not be. By respecting and integrating this practice into our STEAM drive solution, we will not only protect the heritage and identity of these communities, but also we ensure more robust and adaptable strategy for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides a valuable opportunity for research scientists and decision makers in governmental level to share experience dealing with the STEAM and local knowledge. So from this part, I'm grateful to Prof. Tomo Sekito, Prof. Francisco Danang Wijaya, and also Prof. Darvisi Dariwi, Dr. Elia, Dr. Paul, and also Dr. Linda Fangidai for your contributions as a keynote speaker in this conference. I also welcome many participants from all the university and government who joined this conference as well. In the next few hours, we will share our experiences, exchange knowledge, and highlight our areas. It is my hope that by the end of this conference, we leave not only with a keen inspiration to deliver for our constituents as a key aspect of us, but also with concrete idea, solution, and partnership to produce tangible results. I encourage each of you to actively participate, challenge an idea, and seek out innovation way to incorporate STEAM and local knowledge in your own work. once again, thank you all for being and with the, thank you for you all and for being here with great respect and humility. I would like to invite the Rector of Nusa Cendana University, Prof. Maksanam, to officially open this international conference. Thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoy this conference. All the best and God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for a meaningful speech. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is the honor of us to have a keynote speech from Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana. Afterwards, we would like to kindly request Bapak Rector to open this conference officially. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Bapak Rektor of Universitas Nusa Cendana, Profesor Dr. Hewan Max US Sanam, MSc.
Selamat pagi. Very good morning for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me as a rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana to be here and to welcome, first of all the keynote speakers for this third international conference held by Faculty of Science and Engineering. The first one, Professor Tomo Sekito from Miyazaki University, Professor Danang Wijaya from Gajah Mada University. We are all the Yogyakarta peoples. Professor Dr. Darwisi Derawi from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, who joined us online. Yeah. Ibu Elia Sulaika, PhD from Institut Teknologi 10 November. Associate Professor Paul Christiansen from School of Environmental and Rural Science, University of New England, Australia. And yeah, last but not least, Dr. Linda Fangidaya from FST, Universitas Nusa Cendana. And of course, my great honor as well to all the invited speakers, participants who join this conference on site, as well as those who join through online. As a global-oriented university, we aim to enhance the quality of relevant and competitive higher education. As you have witnesses before that the visions, our vision of Universitas Nusa Cendana is to be a global-oriented university with emphasis on the strength and uniqueness in dryland and archipelagic regions. To become a globally oriented university, we aim to empower study programs to achieve an excellent or minimum very good levels of accreditations. And also we have conducted, and also now we are doing joining forces for international quality standardizations. All these efforts are crucial in this process, and they will significantly enhance the quality and impact of our university. We expect that increasing the institutional capacity of research programs, and researchers will enable them to compete nationally with the quality of PIP. PIP is a program Indonesia Pintar, a Smart Indonesia program, based research result that can be published nationally and internationally. It is developing organizational capacity to achieve a healthy, modern, accountable, transparent, and democratic organization conducive to accelerating change. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as many of you know already, that the Faculty of Science and Engineering of Nusa Cendana University strives to be a leading center for research in science and engineering. We are dedicated to enhancing our global competitiveness while remaining deeply rooted in the rich cultural and natural heritage of East Nusa Tenggara. Our unique location in a dry climate presents both challenges and opportunities, and we are committed to promoting the wealth of our archipelagic areas through innovative research and practical applications. This conference, with a theme that emphasized the importance of integrating local knowledge with STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This integration is crucial as we face both present and future challenges in our rapidly changing world. I believe, and we believe, that local knowledge can significantly enhance our adoption of STEM-based innovations and technologies, enabling us to foster sustainable development in our archipelagic regions. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look back at the experience that we come across during the pandemic COVID in 2020 to 2020, we as a modern communities, we thought that we can survive. But we have to say that the local people, they are more resilient to that situation. The local knowledge and local wisdom that they had make them more resistant to the challenges that we had during the COVID time. This is the things that we have to learn from the local community. Because sometimes we declare ourselves as the modern community. We are more resistant to everything compared to those who live in the rural areas. The theme of this year's conference, the third biennial conference conducted by the Faculty of Science and Technology, Innovating for Sustainable Development, reflects our collective aim to explore alternative methods, systemic approach, and compelling research collaborations. By engaging in meaningful discussions and sharing our research outcomes, we can establish pathways that not only benefit our institution, but also contribute to the broader community. As directors, leaders of Universitas Nusa Cendana, I encourage my colleagues, especially from the Faculty of Science and Engineering, It is really a great opportunity, not only for us to deliver or to present our research or publications to these academic events. It's very important, but also it is a great opportunity for us, because here there are so many experts, so many colleges, not only from different regions, different universities in Indonesia, like Gajah Mada University, from Lampung, from UNESA, and also from Halu Uleo. But also we had experts from overseas, from Japan, from Australia, and from Malaysia. So please take this opportunity to make contact, to make collaboration, to make discussions. So will be a benefit for ourselves as lecturers, as researchers, and also will contribute to the development and advance of our university, Universitas Nusa Cendana, and also university in Indonesia. In closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and organizers who have made this possible. My great thankful to the Dean of Facultas of Science and Technology, Prof. Filipi, with all the Vice Deans and all the study programs that have worked very hard to organize these events and make it possible. As now we really join these events today. And also, of course, my respect and thankful to the chairman of the committee, Ibu Christine, and all the members of the committee. Thank you very much. I know that you have worked very hard with quite limited supporting for, especially from directors, but you have made this international conference come to the reality. So again, for all the participants, especially the distinguished speakers and distinguished participants, if you come across some limitation or some inconvenience during this conference, please don't blame the committee, don't blame the deans and the vice deans. Please blame directors. But directors cannot give maximal support for the deans and the committee, so that's why the problems you come across. So thank you very much for your participation, for your contribution. For those of you, the keynote speakers who have traveling a long way to Indonesia, and also our colleagues from different parts of Indonesia, from Java, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi. Thank you very much for your presence and contribution to through this conference. And lastly, with your permission, and also we always asking a blessing from the God Almighty, please allow me to declare that the third Biennial International Conference and Exhibition on Science and Technology, or ICEST, with the theme, the role of STEM and local knowledge in promoting sustainable development in archipelagic regions, that conducted in Jayakarta Hotel, today, 27th of September 2024, is formally open. Thank you very much, and God bless all of us.
Thank you very much, Bapak Rector, once again for a meaningful speech and for opening this conference. Bapak Rector, please forgive me. I apologize. I should ask you to remain on stage. We should appreciate our honorable invited guests. We should take some time to appreciate them. And for eminent speakers and research persons. For that, kindly be invited to join Bapak Rector on stage. First, Dean and Vice Deans of the Faculty of Science and Engineering of Universitas Nusa Cendana. And also, please be invited, the Chair of the Organizing Committee, Ibu Catherine. Please join Bapak Rector. And ladies and gentlemen, first appreciation will be presented to Honorable Associate Professor Paul Christiansen from University of New England, New South Wales, Australia. Please be invited to the stage. And next, please be invited as well, Honorable Associate Professor Tomo Sekito from University of Miyazaki, Japan. Next, please be invited Honorable Professor Dr. Ang Insinyur Francisco Danang Wijaya, STMT IPM from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia. Next, please be invited as well Ibu Elia Zulaika, STMN PhD from Institute Technology 10 November, Indonesia. Last but not least, please be invited to the podium Dr. Linda Fangiday, STMT, representing the University of Nusa Cendana, is Nusa Tenggara. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, it seems like everybody here is very creative persons. All right. Okay. well, 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 we still have presents for our speakers here. Okay, thank you very much, and we would like to request some group photos. Thank you very much, and for all the speakers, you might be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, well, this conference not only provide a great opportunity for all of us as individual, but also as an institution. So today, in this very special event, Undana and Universitas Lampung will have a signing ceremony of a memorandum of agreement. The signee representing University of Nusa Cendana or Universitas Nusa Cendana is once again Rector of Universitas Nusa Cendana. So please be kindly invited once again Professor Dr. Hewan Max US Sanam MSc, and representing Universitas Lampung is Vice Rector for Academic. Please be invited Dr. Eng Suripto Dwi Yuwono MT. Biru, diundang Bapak Rektor. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bapak Rektor and Bapak WR1, please. Yeah, thank you very much. And you both may be seated. Oh, okay. We still have appreciation for the University of Lampung. Ini oleh-oleh Pak dari Universitas Nusa Cendana. Okay, thank you very much Bapak Rektor and Bapak WR1 Universitas Lampung. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the signing ceremony of collaboration agreement and implementation of agreement between Fakultas Sains and Teknik Universitas Nusa Cendana and Fakultas MIPA Universitas Lampung. The signee representing Fakultas Sains dan Teknik Universitas Nusa Cendana is the Dean. Please be kindly invited, Professor Pilipi De Rosari, PhD, and representing Fakultas MIPA Universitas Lampung is the Dean. Please be invited, Bapak Dr. Eng Heri Satria, MSI. We would like to invite to the podium to join Bapak Dekan, Ibu WD1 and also Bapak WD2 of the Faculty of Science and Engineering. All right. Photo sessions. Okay. Bapak dan Ibu, please give your best smile for the photograph. Okay, next we still have some presents from the Faculty of Science and Engineering. All right. Still more photo. All right, Bapak Dekan FMIPA Unila and Bapak Wakil Dekan, you might be seated. But for Prof. Philip, please stay on the stage. Bapak Dekan, we still have next ceremony for the collaboration agreement and implementation of agreement between Fakultas Sains and Teknik Universitas Nusa Cendana and Fakultas Teknik Universitas Negeri Semarang. The signee representing Fakultas Teknik Universitas Negeri Semarang is the Dean, Profesor Dr. Wirawan Sumbodo, MT. All right. Prof. Philip, Prof. Wirawan, thank you very much. Ibu WD1, Bapak WD2, thank you very much. You might be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony, and I'm thankful to all of the guests of honor and participants of this ceremony. Next, we will have some breaks, about 10 minutes, but before that, I would like to request some group photo of all of us. So please be kindly invited to the podium for all the participants in this room. And we would like to request all the participants that join online to open your screen so we can take group photo together. Bapak dan Ibu, sekali lagi kami undang semuanya untuk boleh kita bergabung bersama. Kita akan mengambil gambar secara keseluruhan di depan. Please be invited to join Bapak Rektor so we can take photo together. Thank you. Bapak dan Ibu, sekali lagi kami undang untuk boleh bergabung. Kita ngambil foto bersama, kita bentuk dua line. Nanti ada ini jeda. Iya, atau mungkin Bapak mereka di atas, nanti di partisipan di depan. Kok Bapak? Oke. Oke, kami akan berusaha untuk bisa melihat panitia, tolong lihat posisi masing-masing Bapak dan Ibu bisa selip menyelip di antara supaya semuanya bisa dapat kedapatan. Oke. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Rektor dan all the speakers. You may have the seat. Oke. Dan yang lainnya Bapak dan Ibu mohon menyesuaikan. And for all the participants that are joining online, we encourage you to open the screen so we can take group photos together on site and online. All right, on my count, 3, 2, 1. Bapak dan Ibu silakan memberikan senyuman Anda yang terbaik di pagi hari ini menyambut Conference International Conference, the third ICEST 2024. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to take some breaks, about 10 minutes, and we will come back for the presentation of 5 keynote speakers. So after 10 minutes, we will invite you all to gather again on site and online to begin the main session. Thank you. As you might take a break, we would like to present once again, to entertain you once again. So please be invited, UKM Polytechnic El Bajo with the second dance. And after this, Bapak dan Ibu, adik-adik, mahasiswa, they are joined online with us. Untuk boleh kita ngambil gambar bersama, kita akan mengambil foto bersama secara online, grup foto bersama. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the second performance from UKT Polytechnic El Bajo. Okay, there is some trouble with the music. Okay, are you ready? All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the second performance from UKM Tari Politeknik El Bajo.
Nora nona 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 suka toda dana rame pesta ikan. Nora nona 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 lupa dari meha tu muro mea. Hey nona lupa muro mea mai tamo gat suka toda dana rame pesta ikan. Suka toda da ainga we da ainga we da ainga we da ainga. Asik nong mari nong mari nong mari nong. Kita goyang goyang joget sampai pagi nong. Jangan kasih kendor goyang maju mundur nong. Jangan hanya duduk mungkin tidak lari nong. Jadi keke gole norai mung ribut. Kena rame pesta hitam soka ko jada ainga we da ainga we da ainga we da ainga. Ho 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 oh iya ayo mai soka toja soka da ainga. Oh iya ayo soka da ainga loningen na leron pesta. Nong mari nong. Kita goyang-goyang joget sampai pagi nong. Everybody drinking, hey hey. Everybody singing, hey hey. Nong mari nong. Kita goyang-goyang joget sampai pagi nong. Everybody dancing, hey hey. Bias. Goyang maju mundur, iramanya mantul, jangan kasih kendur, bumbalaka. Nona, suka koga dana rame pesta ikan. Nora nona, lupa dari meha tu muro mea.
we are going to start our first session. And in this session, we will hear from 3 international keynote speakers and 1 keynote speaker from Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite our moderator. Please join me to welcome Professor Dr. Rernat Antonius RB Ola, SSI MSc.
Good morning, our honorable speakers, distinguished guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome again to the 3rd International Conference of Science and Technology held by Faculty of Science and Engineering, University of Nusa Cendana. Well, I'm Antonius Ola, and it is my pleasure to be the moderator for this first keynote session. In this session, we will have an outstanding presentation from our great speakers. And I believe that this presentation will enrich our thoughts and knowledge for the theme of this seminar as well. And before the presentation begin, please allow me once again to introduce our keynote speaker for our great appreciation for them to come here in Labuan Bajo. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Paul Christiansen. He is from the School of Rural and Environmental Sciences from New England University, Australia. And then our second keynote speaker is Professor Tomo Sekito from Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Miyazaki University, Japan. And then the third is Professor Dr. Derwisi from Chemical Sciences, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Our last but definitely not least keynote speaker is Professor Francisco Danang Wijaya from Electrical Engineering and Information Technology, Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia. All right, without further ado, I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Paul Christiansen. Professor Paul Christiansen has expertise in rural development, horticultural science, biostatistic, R&D training, and he has had strong interest in livelihood transformation, adaptive capacity in climate technology, and agribusiness. He has supervised more than 90 graduate students to completion, including Dr. Catherine, co-authored almost 120 articles, and attracted funding worth almost $10,000 million. And today, he will deliver a very good talk about local circular bioeconomies, the example of seaweed-based fertilizer. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Prof. Paul Christiansen. The time is yours.
Thanks very much for the introduction. It's really great to be here. I'd just like to first of all thank Pak Rector, the various deans and vice deans for the support and organising the conference. Also for the other keynote speakers, I'm looking forward to hearing what you've got to say. Unfortunately, because I'm first, I can't sort of integrate people's talks, but I'll kick the show, or get the show on the road. So looking forward to hearing from the keynotes and all the other speakers. And also while we're still early, I'd like to thank the committee, all the hard work that the committee does, make everything look easy, but I know it's been very busy organising all these beautiful materials and gifts and all the food and everything. So thank you to the committee as well. And thank you for inviting me here to Labuan Bajo. when I started this talk, the talk's changed. When I first started, it was going to be about seaweed, rumput laut, and using it as a biofertiliser. But then I wanted to make the talk more general, try to think, what about the whole system? So then I've sort of moved more to thinking about circular bioeconomies or circular economies. Try to think more broadly. I think as a keynote, you don't really want too much detail, but some big picture ideas. So that's what I wanted to do. The other thing I noticed is this archipelagic. It's hard to say in English and maybe in Bahasa Indonesia too. Australia, as you know, is pretty much one big island, enormous island. So we're not archipelagic, we're not an archipelago, not physically, but actually we are, because in the same, and the words that Pak Rector used were, or someone used, was about being remote communities and dispersed. So in Australia, even though we look big, there's one little town here and one little town there, and a long distance, and transport is difficult between these places. So in fact, in a social and sort of industry production sense, we're a bit like an archipelago as well. How do you get food from one place to another? How do you get energy from one place to another? So there's sort of a bit of a common thing there. Yeah, Australia's a very big country, but there's a lot of sort of nothing there as well, or open space. Prof. Felipe and Bull Katarina, they talked about sort of multidisciplinarity. I think that's really important for what we're going to hear, and what I'll talk about with circular bioeconomies is we've got a lot of technology people here, and how can the various biological technologies and the physics technologies, chemistry as well, how can all that blend? But one of my interests in looking at rural communities in Southeast Asia or Australia is how does it affect socioeconomically? How does it affect people and communities as well? And how can government, what's the role of government in supporting these things? The other thing that came up from the introductory talks was about local knowledge. So we can come in with ideas from outside, but we need to work with local people to implement those. So solutions that may be like a technological solution could be applied in Australia differently than it might be applied in East Nusa Tenggara, for example. So, working with local communities, understanding the local needs and challenges is really important. The other thing that I sort of wanted to raise was hopefully at this conference we'll share ideas, we'll meet each other, have discussions, look for common ideas. One of the hard things though, ideas are easy and fun, but one of the hard things is action, and one of the issues is finding funding. So we can talk about collaborasi and so on, but one of the real challenges will be finding funding, and then finding the time, because we're all busy teaching and doing administration and so on, to turn these things into action. And I think that's going to be the real challenge, going into the future. So yeah, let's keep contact up and let's start looking for funding and starting to make the ideas real, I suppose. And the other idea is that I raised with Pak Rector is the next time let's have this conference in Kupang. It's beautiful in Labuan Bajo, but in Kupang, then we can have more people. I saw online, we don't have the Zoom number of participants. Before we had morning tea, there was 200 participants. So, it'd be really nice to have get more students here, more diverse faculty members and so on. I think it's good to move it around. You've got that whole Nusa Tenggara Timor thing, so move it around, but having it in Kupang and getting more people involved would be very good. All right, well, that's my political speech finished, and now I'll get on with the talk. So, yeah, I just wanted to set some of the technology in the context of circular bioeconomics. As you know, there's real issues with food production. I probably don't need to go on too much about these first two slides. We've got demographics. So more people living longer. So instead of dying at 60 now, we die at 80. That's a 30% increase. So more people living longer. And those people are getting more like Australians and Americans. We're eating more, we're eating fancy food, McDonald's and sugar and, so increasing lifespans, greater affluence. So it's not just more people, but it's actually what we're doing and flying around in aeroplanes more and so on. So greater consumption. And so the big challenge. Next slide, thanks. However, so we've got that, but contrasting that is that we don't have more land. I know Elon Musk is trying to go to Mars, but I don't think that's going to be, I don't know what you can grow on Mars. So, the resource capacity is finite. It's fixed and probably going down, if anything. We were just talking before about our capacity to cause environmental damage is getting quicker and quicker with reducing marine life and reducing erosion and all sorts of issues. The other one is that a lot of the development that we've had in the last 100 years has relied on cheap energy, or seemingly cheap energy, fossil fuels. Now that's becoming an issue, as we know, through greenhouse gas emissions, and we're now finally we've accepted that climate change is real. Finally we've accepted that we need renewable energies, and so we're trying to deal with that as well. So all these challenges. Thanks. So there's a whole lot of different options, and I think that, for me, I'm more interested in some things than others, but I think the answers will be complicated and there'll be many different things to do. So, I think we have to be tolerant and open and try all sorts of things. There won't be an easy answer, and we need to apply lots of different approaches for how we grow food. My background is agriculture, so I'm interested in how we grow food sustainably. So how do we do that? And that sits within the bigger environment. Where do the resources come from? Where does it go to? And so on. So one of the key things is about closing the loops. That's what the circular is about, closing the loops. It may be on farm, it may be at different scales and so on, but it's about not having things go into the waste stream. How can it come back and as an input, as a valuable input? So this is really important. Originally, when the populations were small, 100 years ago, it didn't matter really with the waste. If you're using plastic, it matters. If you're using banana leaves, it doesn't really matter where it goes because they'll return. So it becomes much more important when we've got global, big national economies, industrial sort of things. We need to be closing loops more. Thanks. So, there's a whole lot of different sort of issues about valuing these things. It's a slightly new term, circular economies or bioeconomies. Bio in Latin means life, so get the biological side of it back in there. But it's about all of those things, about reducing what's going out of the system and using things better so that you're relying less on external inputs. As I said, to scale. So what we can do at a farm level or a household level is one thing. How can we work within a village or a community because there's different efficiencies, there's different things you can do at different scales. And then thinking nationally, like how much does it make sense to transport a waste product? How far can you transport it before it's not economic or efficient anymore? So, again, there'll be different solutions based on different situations. In Europe, you've got big populations close together. They can do certain things. Indonesia, you're spread out across 1,000 islands or many thousand islands. Australia's just big and full of very dry areas. So again, the solutions will be different. Very, very important for agriculture. Agriculture has a major impact on the environment in the world, as we know, through land clearing and through water and soil degradation. So anything we can do to make agriculture more sustainable is important for the long term, but it's also what we eat. So we really need it to work. Smallholders. I've got that point about smallholders. So in Indonesia, a lot of the farms are very small. in Australia, they're very big. There might be 1,000 hectares or 10,000 hectares. So, but yeah, for a lot of countries, most of the world, in the tropical parts of the world, smallholders are the main producers. And that's got real challenges for adoption of technology. How do we get 1,000 farmers to change compared to 10? So that's a particular challenge, but you know, it's a really important one. That's the reality we have to deal with. Yep, thanks. You don't really need to look at the diagram. I sort of looked around on Google and wanted a diagram of a circular economy and found this one. I think that Link, they're fairly famous sort of organisation. The thing that I noticed when I started to look at it, they actually missed a really critical thing, and that's what I've done as point 5. So all of that's technology, but there was nothing about, so they sort of thought, all right, start down the bottom, identify the problem. So what's the waste source, or what's the pollution, or you know, what's being used inefficiently. So number 1 down the bottom, identify the problem, and then 2 and 3 and 4, they're up the top and in the middle. All right, let's start to get technology going. You know, what is the characterise the resource? Think about the inputs that are needed, so we can't just keep getting external inputs. And then who's involved? I think I've added that bit. That's starting to get a human element to it. So and then technology, but it's all technology. You can see the icons on the right-hand side, the spanner and the factories and so on. So it's all technology, and we need that, but it's not enough. And so then I've put in number 5, the enabling context. Training. So I was talking about smallholders, but even training. So training, we think about the small end user, but it's also training the trainers, so government advisors. So whether they're Department of Agriculture or whoever, do they have the capacity to implement recycling programs and these sort of circular economy innovations? So training comes at many levels. Maybe training politicians is needed too, to think more long term. And then the investment, so private sector investment, government, public sector investment is really important. And then the rules around this too. So the rules and regulations, the governance processes, controlling all that. Because it's new economies, are there rules in place to manage it, or do we need to do more? So I think building sort of the socioeconomic governance framework is really important for circular economies to work as well. I think from my conversations with people yesterday and today, a lot of it's about the parts, these little diagrams, these flows of energy and materials. And we absolutely need that, but we need the context as well. Thanks. So it can rely on, circular economies can rely on different forms of capital. There's a bit of jargon, the 5 capitals of natural, manufactured, financial, human and social capital. So you can sort of read all that, and you really rely on all of those. And again, they'll work differently in different locations, depending on what you're trying to achieve, what innovations you're trying to implement. And yeah, again, the training I've mentioned, getting the technical knowledge, and then the explanation of how that technical knowledge can be implemented. Again, it's at the same points really, investment and entrepreneurship. So a lot of these, actually I did skip an earlier point. One of the things I see in agriculture changing over time, people are leaving farming. So the population that work on farms these days goes down everywhere. And so it's really only old grandma and grandpa are left farming maybe. So you're getting these big changes in who's left on the farm. And so, what will those rural people do? If they're not farming, will they all move to industrial zones in Jakarta or Surabaya or whatever? Or can we somehow create new businesses in rural areas? And part of that is about circular economy. So, okay, don't be a farmer, be a compost maker. something like that. That's a sort of, or do some processing, do some sort of processing to close those loops. So it can be actually, job opportunities and not a negative, complex thing necessarily. Yep, and FAO, I've got some comments on it too. All right, let's keep going. Thanks. So this is, okay, IPCC, the Interplanetary something, a panel on climate change. So they're putting out their very depressing reports every few years on the world's problems for climate change. But just here I've marked that bit, and this is sort of heading towards the seaweed fertilisers. So there's a lot of different options that we can do. There's some different sectors, there's some mitigation options. I've got them reducing the greenhouse gases, so less methane. The next one down, enhance recycling, reduce food and waste. There's sort of some of the options. Just one that I want to focus on today is this biofertilisers. So they're just fertilisers. So commonly in agriculture, you use mineral fertilisers. So they're from mining, urea, and so on. Urea, for those that, urea takes a lot of energy to make. And so a lot of mineral fertilisers are very high embodied energy. And again, we've lived for 100 years on cheap fuel. Well, we can't necessarily keep doing that. Thanks for turning the lights down. So how can we move away or reduce our reliance a bit on mineral fertilisers and move towards biofertilisers? And we've got all these waste products, or waste in inverted commas. How can we use them? All right, thanks. I've probably said all that. So yeah, fertilisers, mineral fertilisers are a massive input. If we want high productivity, you've got to have high inputs to keep the wheel turning, to keep the crops growing. But they can have significant environmental and economic inputs. Economic because the global trade in fertilisers. So as when oil prices go up, then fertiliser prices go up. So it can have a big impact on farmers' profitability. So we need to be efficient with our fertiliser use, and then we need to be thinking about closing that loop of waste going into the environment, so taking it out of the environment and getting it back onto farms. A lot of it, you've probably heard of eutrophication, nitrogen and phosphorus getting into waterways. They're the fertilisers we need back on the farms. One of the things about biofertilisers, so they're things like composts, manures, municipal waste, agricultural wastes from processing, turning them back. Often they're high in carbon, and carbon's really good for soil. Carbon holds biological life, it holds water, and it holds nutrients. And it sequesters carbon itself. So, these biofertilisers tend to be good for the soil, good for carbon sequestration. And it starts to build up the soil, altering those soil processes, helping plant growth. And yep, so on. All right, thanks. They're potentially cheap. The resources might be there, they might be cheap, they're considered a waste. How can we use that? On the next point though, I say they're potentially expensive. So a lot of waste might be full of water, and you don't want to be transporting water around. So actually the raw material itself might be cheap, but getting it back into closing the loop can actually be expensive. I've probably covered a lot of that sort of stuff. So again, there's no easy solution. One of the things about biofertilisers, they're not like a very strong fertiliser. So their nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium content is often low. So they're good at building the soil, but they're not like mineral fertilisers that it will give crops a good boost. All right, so biofertilisers in Indonesia. So a few years ago, I had a PhD student from Palu in central Sulawesi, and he did his PhD looking at seaweed fertilisers. So we just used commercial products, and then he went home at the University UNTAD, University of Taraluku. And so we've continued our work. He got some money from Dicty, and so we continued looking at how you can use seaweed. So next slide, thanks. So in that part of the world, and I believe that's why, maybe if we're in Kupang, we might have seen, or maybe there's seaweed industries around here, but seaweed, they put out rope and they grow the seaweed on the rope, and it's commercially harvested. It's not wild harvested, as many of you probably know. And then it's used to get chemical carrageenan. It's used in a lot of dairy products and like a thickening agent for various food products. So, but then there's waste product from that. So that's sort of where the idea started in terms of doing the work in central Sulawesi. So it's actually seaweed farming itself is carbon positive, so it's sequestering carbon, and seaweeds grow very well. There's a lot of different types depending on what part of the world you're in, and so it's actually potentially a really good resource. Thanks. So now, certainly in Australia and I think other parts of the world, there's a big industry now of all sorts of these seaweed products. They're liquid extracts, dried, powdered, and there's all these different products that we can get in Australia. I'm not really sure where the seaweed's from or where the products are originally from, but maybe they're from Southeast Asia. So it's a big industry. There's big demand for seaweed products as biofertilisers. What they're often good for, they're good, like I said, they're not really high in NPK, in the main elements for plant growth, but they're good as soil conditioners and have some other sort of plant benefits as well. Next. They can be used for different purposes. One of the things I don't think is actually for stress as well. So they're potentially under things like drought stress, salinity stress, temperature stress. They can having these fertilisers can be beneficial. So not necessarily driving the plant growth, but helping it under stressful conditions to make the plant stronger. The work that Ramal and I were doing, we were focused on that first point, so about the macronutrients, so nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, sulphur, cations, other sort of things. So they're the easy ones to look at. So we can put on some mineral fertiliser of those things, we can put on the seaweeds and look at that. And we found some real benefits. I've taken out all the data because I didn't want to get into the detail, but certainly some real benefits from having the seaweed products. But there's a lot of other mechanisms. So as scientists, we need to think about how would this work? So is it macronutrients? Is it micronutrients? Maybe. One of the things about seaweeds is they're good bioaccumulators of a really wide range of elements from the ocean. So it could be micronutrients. Organic compounds and PGR, plant growth regulators, so plant hormones. So these are much smaller compounds, or not carbohydrates, but so a range of different compounds there that maybe it's not an effect as a NPK fertiliser, but it's having an effect through these other metabolites. That's particularly with the plant growth regulators, a bit more complicated to study, but I think can potentially be really useful. And they're the direct plant effects, but also how the last 3 points, how's it affecting the soil? So maybe it's not even directly affecting the plant, it's actually making the soil a better environment for plant growth, for root development, for taking water up, taking nutrients up, changing soil pH and so on. So there's all those different mechanisms that are potentially operating. I think next slide. Oh, so we're at the end. So really with those, it was just one example from that IPCC. We had biofertilisers there, but there's a whole range of different things about. You'd also think one of the other big inputs for agriculture is crop protection. So things like pesticides, herbicides, that's another big area of cost and environmental impact. So what loops can be closed? What are the circular economy opportunities for crop protection as well? And another big area is energy. So really the conclusions for circular bioeconomies is we've got those three challenges of people, you know, the demographics, the environment, so very limited environment and being degraded too quickly. And then this energy, the thing that drives whatever we do, how are we going to do that in a sustainable sort of long-term way? So these are the challenges, the context. And so then these bioeconomies are one sort of suite of solutions. It's not always going to be applicable. Sometimes we won't be able to close all loops. And then we have to think, well, what will if we think, in Australia at the moment there's a big debate about uranium, nuclear energy. And I don't know how you would ever close the loop on that one. But they're just, again, one of a suite or one of a range of solutions. And actually many solutions within that. About reducing the waste, linking different industries together. So it's sort of, you know, building new businesses, new business models, and trying to make things more efficient. It's all about, as waste goes out, they're losses to the system, inefficiencies. So natural manufactured financial capital, they're the hard, by hard I mean the physical things. So we're technologists, a lot of us, so we will be dealing with how do we deal with the technology of these transformations. But I'd also think we need to think about the human and social capital, or the soft stuff. How do we help people change? How do we help farmers or communities or businesses do that at a local level, through local government or through local universities, supporting what's going on in your region, and then national as well. And yeah, multidisciplinary approach is going to be very critical for all of this. Thanks. And then just finally, so a bit of conclusions for the seaweed-based biofertilisers. So if we can get more money, we'll keep doing this work, and I can maybe visit Palu again and have a nice time. But yeah, and so they're just a good simple example of if you look around your community and see what's a waste, and it's not even hard. I don't think this is a complex thing. It's complex to implement, but to get the original idea is not too hard. About those things, what's existing local rural industry and converting those waste streams, and trying to manage costs and off-farm impacts. But we need more research really to make it work. How do these seaweed products work? How can we optimise them? When do we apply it? How do we apply it? There's a lot of agronomy questions. How then do we turn into a viable commercial enterprise as well? That's complex too. And then that thing I keep talking about, training and capacity building, will be important as a big picture job for government and for the private sector too. So again, multidisciplinarity is really important, and that's why it's good to have all sorts of people here. A lot of my work now, I work with people in agribusiness, in agricultural economics, rural sociology as well. So it's spread widely. So there's last night. So a communal dance, that's multidisciplinarity. So how can we all dance? So yesterday, just in conversation, and even this morning, I've talked to people in chemistry from various places, biotechnology, doing some interesting things with cellulose, and then electrical engineering. Pat Rector's a veterinary scientist and thinking about the role of livestock and greenhouse gas emissions and using that manure, that great manure. What can we do with it? So I think, there's a whole lot of different disciplines there that have really got something to contribute. I don't know if we've got time. I was interested can we have a hands up? And, you know, what about you and what, you know, the people I haven't spoken to, what else can we contribute from the room about that? Are we allowed to ask questions of the audience, or have we got time, or? A few minutes, all right. Has anyone else got some ideas about how they are already contributing to the circular economies? Hands up. Oh, maybe we need a microphone or something. Oh, okay, later. All right, yeah, keep going. Well, all right, I think that's all finished. Oh, I've got some acknowledgements for colleagues and some references and so on, but that's all. Yeah, so thanks again to the committee and to all the people supporting for me to be able to come here and meet you all, and hopefully we can continue the relationships. Thanks. Yep.
All right, and now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second keynote speaker, Professor Tomo Sekito. Prof. Sekito obtained his doctoral engineering in Hokkaido University in Japan in 2001. And in 2004 until 2005, he was a guest researcher at the Institute for Waste Resource Management in Hamburg Technical University in Germany. And then since 2015 until now, he's a professor in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering in Miyazaki University. And today, he will deliver a presentation entitled Maximizing Waste Value, Transforming Incineration Ash into Valuable Resources. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Tomo Sekito. The time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing me, and thank you for inviting me as the keynote speaker. My name is Sekito from the University of Miyazaki. I'm very happy to see all of you directly here. And of course, I enjoyed the last night activity, dancing and singing. That was very nice, but that was not a reason I'm here. I will present on the topic, maximizing waste value, transforming incineration ash into valuable resources. So next, I came from Miyazaki Prefecture. It's in Kyushu Island. So very southern part of Japan. We have very nice greens and oceans. We have good waves for surfing. So I hope someday please come to my prefecture. Okay, next please. So today I will cover the following topics. First, my research areas. Yes, and the importance of waste management and the advantages of incineration. And I will present some of my case studies on ash recycling from my laboratory and conclusions. Next, please. So first, I would like to introduce my research topics. I focus on developing and evaluating recycling technologies for solid waste and their environmental impacts. The first area is incineration ash recycling, where I explore ways to convert various types of ash into materials for civil engineering. And I will explain this further later in this presentation. So next, please. So the second area of focus is on recycling plasterboard waste, common construction material. So nowadays, the volume of plasterboard waste is rising, and improper landfilling generates hazardous hydrogen sulfide gas. So therefore, we needed to landfill with rigid treatment facilities and gas extraction systems. So it makes increasing the cost. So to reduce landfill use, we are developing techniques to recycle plasterboard waste into civil engineering materials and fertilizers. So next, yes. The other case is I have a research field in Indonesia. I research community-based waste management system like TPS 3R and waste banks. Since these systems are low cost, so we think they could be adopted by countries with limited financial resources for waste management. We aim to develop sustainable systems that increase resource recovery rates. So today, one of my students will present this topic in the session, I think room number 1, the first presenter. So if you are interested in this topic, please join the session. Next, please. So I know today all of you are not unfamiliar with environmental engineering, so let me emphasize the importance of waste management first. So proper waste management protects, please next, click, push some button, yes. Proper waste management protects the environment by preventing issues like water contamination from open dumping. And next is the resource conservation. Resource recovery is very important, and in resource-scarce countries like Japan, requiring waste helps recover valuable materials and biomass for energy. So third, of course, waste management plays a significant role in mitigating climate change. Okay. So this diagram shows the municipal solid waste flow in Japan. Japan generates 41 million tons of municipal solid waste annually, and 33 million tons, or 80% of municipal solid waste is incinerated. So we can say incineration is the primary method of waste treatment in Japan. Next, please. So this is the typical incinerator we call stoker type, and the waste is fed into from the left side into the furnace, and the waste is burned in the furnace, leaving bottom ash. So this bottom ash can be recycled as roadbed materials and concrete aggregate, civil engineering materials. So please push next. Yes, and next. And the bottom ash is usually low heavy metal level, so therefore we can sometimes use as the civil engineering materials. And the gas generated, the incineration is treated gas treatment system to capture the fine dust we call fly ash. So generally, fly ash contains hazardous heavy metals like lead, cadmium, and zinc, and so on. So therefore, special treatment is required before recycling or reusing Next, please. So the advantage of insulation is first, of course, significant volume reduction we can expect. In Japan, the landfill site is projected to last only 22 years, so therefore we should minimize the landfill materials. And the second is energy generation and reduction of greenhouse gas emission can be implemented by incineration. And third, it safely treats hazardous waste like medical waste. And also valuable materials, valuable resources can be recovered from incineration ash. So finally, incineration provides a hygienic waste treatment. Next, please. So in Japan, not only municipal solid waste, but different waste like waste and materials like wood, livestock manure, tires, sewage sludge, and of course coal, producing different types of ash. So each ash has unique characteristics, so therefore requiring specialized recycling methods. Moreover, ashes often contain hazardous substances, so environmental impacts must be carefully considered when using recycling ash. Next, please. So from now, I will share some case studies on ash recycling in my laboratory. The first involves boiler fly ash, we call BFA, produced by a paper mill company that burns waste tires for energy. So this ash contains heavy metals such as lead, leachable lead, which needs to be stabilized before recycling. Next, please. So we investigated the optimal ratio of additives like cement to reduce lead leaching from BFA. Successfully, we lowered the lead levels from 150 milligram leachable lead per kilogram BFA to 0.067 milligram lead. So making the ash safe for use as roadbed materials. Next, please. And we built a test field using recycled BFA roadbed material and monitored the leachate. So no lead leaching was observed from the leachate, and this material is now commercially available as roadbed materials. So next, please. From now, I will explain the second case study focuses on coal clinker ash. It's a bottom ash from coal power plant. Unlikely coal fly ash, it is very well-known recycled materials into cement. However, clinker ash is mostly landfilled at a significant cost. So finding recycling solutions for clinker ash is very important to save landfill space and reduce costs. Next, please. Clinker ash is porous and highly permeable, making it suitable for civil engineering applications. However, to broaden, to utilize more different field, we explored the potential bactericidal properties of clinker ash to add value to this material. We prepared a sewage water with coliform bacteria and added clinker ash to one of the samples. So then after 40 hours in incubator, we measured the bacteria levels by the membrane filter method. So next, yes. So this figure shows the concentration of E. coli, Escherichia E. coli over time. X-axis shows the cultivation time. The control sample, red circles, without clinker ash, had high bacterial levels, while the clinker ash sample, white circles, showed a significant reduction, we believe suggesting a bactericidal effect by clinker ash. So yes, to investigate further, we examined bacteria in contact with the surface of the clinker ash by a scanning electron microscope. This picture shows the results. Bacteria appeared deformed, the central pictures. These pictures shows the bacteria on surface of the clinker ash with sewage water. You can see some deformed bacteria. Compared to the right side, just sewage water, bacteria are actively growing. We think likely due to the alkaline conditions near the ash surface, but we think more research is needed to understand this mechanism and its environmental applications. Next, please. So in future, we aim to use clinker ash as a bactericidal material in construction, particularly for applications like animal farms, pavement, or contaminated rivers and ponds. Next, yes. This is a latest project focuses on recovering variable elements from various types of ash using a melting treatment system. So this diagram shows the proposed process in Miyazaki Prefecture, where ashes from various thermal plants are melted right side. And this melting treatment system produces molten slag, melting metal, and molten fly ash. So elements are concentrated in these materials, and the slags can be used as civil engineering materials and also fertilizer. And metals, molten metals, and molten fly ash. So these can be utilized as the source of metals. Next, yes. We are currently analyzing elemental concentrations in ashes generated in Miyazaki Prefecture. So to estimate the resource recovery potential. So this figure shows one of our preliminary results. So many kinds of elements are contained in the ash. So this is the case of municipal solid waste incineration bottom ash. So next, please. And we estimated the economic value of elements recoverable from municipal solid waste incineration ash in Miyazaki Prefecture. Please push some button. Yes. Okay. So it is projected that up to 200 million yen could be generated annually from recovered metals. Of course, but however, this estimate is just based on trading prices of elements and does not account for recovery costs. So therefore, more precisely estimation is needed. But here I want to say variable metals now are landfilled. So this is just the potential. Next, please. Yes, next. Okay, so this is my conclusions. To wrap up here, the key takeaways from today's presentation. First is incineration ash recycling offers significant potential for transforming waste into valuable resources. By developing and improving recycling technologies, we can effectively reuse ash in construction and other industries, minimizing landfill usage and conserving natural resources. So second point, environmental protection is very important to waste management. Proper waste treatment, disposal, and recycling safeguard the environment and help mitigate climate change through the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So third point, resource recovery from waste is especially important in resource-limited countries like Japan. We are importing most of resources. So by recovering valuable metals through innovative process like ash melting, we can achieve both environmental and economic benefits. So finally, future research will focus on expanding recycling techniques, optimizing resource recovery, and exploring new applications such as the use of clinker ash for bactericidal purposes in construction materials. So this is the last my slide. So thank you very much for your attention.
So let's give again a big applause for very great talk from Professor Thomas Sekita. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our third presenter, Professor Dr. Darvisi Derawi. He obtained his PhD from Chemistry Department from University Kebangsaan Malaysia in 2012, and then in 2016 until 2017, he is a postdoctoral research fellow at the School of Chemical Engineering from Birmingham University in UK. And then since 2014, he is a professor in Chemical Department Sciences, Faculty of Science and Technology, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He will deliver a presentation entitled The Role of Mesoporous Silica Catalyst Support in Advanced Biofuel Production, and probably he will do his presentation online. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Darvisi Derawi. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum and warm greetings everyone. My name is Associate Professor Technologist Chemist Dr. Darvisi Derawi. I am from Biochemistry and Bioenergy Research Group, Department of Chemical Sciences, Faculty of Science and Technology, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you for inviting me as keynote speaker for the International Conference and Exhibition on Science and Technology 2024. So for today, my presentation, my keynote session presentation is about the role of mesoporous silica as catalyst support in advanced biofuel production. A bit bio of me. I am Associate Professor at the Department of Chemical Sciences, Faculty of Science and Technology, UKM. I'm also Deputy Principal of Pandita Zakwan Residential College at UKM, Principal Advisor at UKM Unipec. This is a private wing company of UKM Holding. Okay, currently my H index is 17, and then I was awarded Newton Advanced Fellowship from the Royal Society UK, and then awarded the Best Green Technology Award 2017 by Japan Intellectual Property Association. And then currently I am permanent member of technical committee in safety in laboratories, Department of Standard Measure, as deputy chairman of the Department of Chemical Sciences, and also TTT exempted trainer from HRD Corporation Malaysia. My expertise, bioenergy, advanced biofuels, and oil chemicals. Okay, a little bit background of University Kebangsaan Malaysia. UKM is one of the top research university in Malaysia. Our main campus at UKM Bangi, Selangor, and then we have one university hospital and one children's hospital at Cheras, Kuala Lumpur. We also have 5 living lab, which is our research center. At Langkawi, Fraser Hills, Chinis Lake, Orsing, and also in Bangi campus. Alright, back to the topic. As introduction, fossil fuels lead to climate change and energy crisis. It introduced greenhouse effect and also increase the carbon footprint. Okay, so this is all about energy security concerns. So producing biofuels has become a vital effort in reducing the carbon footprint associated with conventional fossil fuel. Okay, so under SDGs, we are tapping for the SDG 7, 5, and 13. Right. Generally, biofuels, it has 4 generation of biofuels. The first one is made from edible items to produce biodiesel, bioethanol. It contributes to the food ethics and security issues. Second one is we go for the second generation. What we talking now lah, okay? Made of from non-edible sources such as biomass, waste, and byproduct lah, to convert them into advanced biofuels. It gives better options, more ethical, and technology available. Okay. For the third generation, produced using microorganisms such as algae, it promotes carbon neutral but expensive and limited space. Fourth one is genomically prepared microorganism and genetically engineered feedstock. Promote carbon negative, but it is not really cost effective. Okay, back to the advanced biofuel as second generation of biofuel. This biofuel is category derived from non-food biomass such as agricultural residues, waste material, algae, and other sustainable sources. Unlike first generation biofuel, which are typically made from food crops like corn or sugarcane, advanced biofuels use feedstock that do not compete with food production and often have a lower environmental impact. It offers improved greenhouse gases emission reduction. Okay, waste cooking oil. What is our feedstock as a advanced biofuel feedstock? WCO can be collected from the various sources such as from food processing industries, household, restaurants, and others, in which the waste collected from the restaurant contribute to the largest production of the WCO. Hence, consuming WCO as the feedstock for the advanced biofuel could solve 2 major problems for renewable energy, which are to reduce the production costs and the solution for proper waste oil management. Okay, this is life cycle if we utilize WCO lah as our advanced biofuel feedstock, right? So it can improve the carbon footprint and greenhouse gas emission reduction. Okay, fatty acid composition of WCO. Why WCO is a ideal feedstock? Because of WCO primarily it consists of 41% of oleic acid and 35% of palmitic acid. This fatty acid can be directly converted into hydrocarbons suitable for advanced biofuels through catalytic processes like hydroprocessing. So we can convert all those fatty acid of WCO to the alkane through decarboxylation or maybe decarbonylation to form alkene and some of the cracking product like the hydrocarbons. Okay, these are the range, carbon range of advanced biofuel, right? If we get C4 to C12, we can consider it is gasoline mixture. And then for the kerosene mixture, C8 up to C16. And diesel is C12 to C20. So back to the WCO fatty acid profile. So WCO is considered as ideal feedstock because it can converted within this carbon range of advanced biofuel. Okay. Okay, but the problem statement here is WCO has significantly potential for conversion into biofuel, but it is its high oxygen content, which is in the form of oxygenated compounds, present challenge for direct use in energy application. So we must remove the oxygen content to make sure that we can produce total hydrocarbon product. Okay. As a bulky feedstock, WCO requires specialized catalysts to efficiently drive the catalytic reactions necessary for producing advanced biofuel. Therefore, catalyst design is critical to enhancing reaction yield and selectivity. Okay. Okay. One of the best approach is we use mesoporous silica as a catalyst support in the reaction to convert the WCO to the advanced biofuel. Why mesoporous silica? Okay. Back to the fact, mesoporous silica is highly ordered pore structures with the pore typically ranging from 2 to 15 nanometers. These materials are known for their large surface area, uniform pore size distribution, and tunable pore structures, which make them particularly useful in various applications, including catalysis, drug delivery, and absorption. Mesoporous silica serve as an excellent support for metal nanoparticles, which are often used as the active sites in catalytic reaction. Okay, these are examples of mesoporous silica. The common one is MCM41, SBA15, KIT 6, MCM48, SBA16, KIT 5. Right? All right. Why mesoporous? Okay. Conversion WCO to advanced biofuel over nanoporous catalyst. We have to consider the nature of the feedstock. WCO considered as a bulky feedstock. So mesoporous is ideal, better than microporous and macroporous. If microporous, the pore pore size is lower than 2 nanometers, so the yield with WCO may be quite low, and then the selectivity to full fuel like hydrocarbons last just low to moderate, because of due to the diffusion limits here. Okay, if mesoporous is just nice, right? So the yield high and the selectivity also high. But for the macroporous, beyond the 50 nanometers, the pore size, the yield may be moderate to high, but the selectivity is just moderate because the broader product distribution. Okay, you can imagine as a cylinder, okay, if we have microporous, mesoporous, and macroporous, okay, the red one here is the active side. Okay, if microporous, the feedstock is bulky, so maybe sometimes it can block the pores here. But for the mesoporous, just nice, it can make a good absorption and then make it the conversion to the product. And then the other one is macroporous. Because of the pore is too large, so the effective absorption of the surface interaction between catalyst surface and active side it's not happen well. Okay. All right. One type of the mesoporous silica is SBA 15. SBA stands for Santa Barbara amorphous. This is the origin of the founder from the Santa Barbara University. Okay. The pore structure is a hexagonal elder cylindrical pores similar to the MCM41, but with larger pore size. So the pore size is within 5 to 30 nanometer. And then the characteristic here, the SBA15 has larger pore size, meaning that it allows for the accumulation of larger molecules and bulky feedstock. And then it has thick pore walls, provide enhanced thermal stability. The application commonly used in catalysis, absorption of large molecules, and as a template for the synthesis of nanostructures. Okay, this is the conventional method. The common method to synthesize SBA15 based catalyst. We use Zhao method to produce SBA15 as catalyst support, and then we dope using wet impregnation, dope the metal precursors, and then we can characterize it. Okay. Right. Our previous finding published by Biomass and Bioenergy, we found that cobalt has greater mass than nickel, because of the most abundant isotope for nickel and cobalt, nickel 58 and cobalt 59. So cobalt has 27 protons and 32 neutrons, while nickel has 28 protons and 30 neutrons, meaning that greater neutrons here, okay, comparing with the nickel. So cobalt SBA15 has a larger particle size than nickel SBA15. So cobalt species tend to disperse on the surface of SBA15 rather than nickel SBA15, which attached inside the supporters framework, because of the smaller pore size, larger surface area and higher pore volume. compared to nickel SB15. Okay. It's supported by data here. If you can see, cobalt has crystallized bigger than nickel SB15. Okay. All right. Catalytic deoxidation is a pathway. The route. If you want to convert those fatty acid to the hydrocarbon. So we need to remove the oxygen through this deoxygenation reaction. Okay. There are three pathways. The main one is decarboxylation. Here. Second one is decarbonylation, and side product is cracking. Okay. All the product is in type of hydrocarbons. So this deoxygenation is sounds more economically because of it is a hydrogen-free and solventless reaction setup. I have published numbers of articles about the catalytic deoxidation. All right. Both nickel SB15 and nickel cobalt SB15 exhibit excellent catalytic activities, producing diesel-like hydrocarbon, C13 to C17, yield about 85.8% and 88.1% respectively. Okay. So to compare the diesel selectivity, cobalt, this one, cobalt SBA15, the least one, and then nickel cobalt SBA15, and the highest one, nickel SBA15. All right, we do some study to compare the properties, the fuel properties with the conventional commercial product. So we compare and we test the fuel by blending our synthetic green diesel in the ratio of 2.5 and 5% with the commercial diesel. And then interestingly is the properties is quite comparable, and our product shows that the cetane index is better than the commercial producer. Okay. In summary, mesoporous silica-based catalysts hold great performance for use in catalytic deoxygenation processes to convert waste cooking oil into advanced biofuels, and then advanced biofuels derived from WCO contribute to significant improvement in carbon footprint and reduction in greenhouse gases emission. WCO blended fuels offers fuel properties comparable to those of commercial fuels. So our future work is to do pilot scale production. We need to JV with our industrial partner, and then we have a potential project with Petronas Research Sembilan Berhad in algal oil biofuel. This is a proof of concept project. So this is our team at UKM, me and Dr. Ashiki Mijan, and then our associate members, Professor Datuk Taufik Yap Bin Hin from University Putra Malaysia, and Professor Dr. Kevin Wilson from Griffith University, Australia. So our funders, Newton Fund, the Royal Society Academy of Science Malaysia, Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi, and also our collaborators Petronas Research Sembilan Barat. Thank you. If you have any further question, you may email me through my official email. Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Francisco Danang Wijaya, and the time is yours.
Thank you for moderator for introducing me in this international conference and exhibition, engineering and technology. So I'm glad to be here as one of invited speaker, and I will deliver my presentation, development of microgrid solid-state transformer and virtual synchronous generator for renewable energy transition in Indonesia. So this is my outline, introduction of my power electronic and microgrid research laboratory in my department in UGM. And second is research background and microgrid research about how to use it to energy transition and also application of renewable energy. And for solid-state transformer, that we will change our conventional transformer into the active transformer. We use a power electronic converter. And the last is virtual synchronous generator. What will happen if we have more renewable in our electrical system? Next. So this is my laboratory, power electronics and microgrid research in UGM. So it's maybe 2 hours flight from Labuan Bajo, and it's located in Yogyakarta. It's second tourism famous in Indonesia after Bali. And yeah, I am the leader of this research laboratory. The member, 8 member in my department, and right now I have 6 PhD students and 8 master students joined to this laboratory. And yeah, the research is about microgrids, solid-state transformer, virtual synchronous generator, and application of electric vehicle. Next. So why we research about the microgrid for our topic? So right now the issue about the global warming in the world make people want to change the use of energy. We want to make a change of the energy transition, and the goal is to have net zero emissions. So like 3 presenters before, we consider the sustainable in environment. So energy transition is the shift from fossil fuel based energy system to renewable and sustainable energy source. So renewable, we have solar, wind, biomass, geothermal, hydro, ocean wave. This is the renewable energy. And net zero emission goals is that we achieve a balance between the amount of greenhouse gases emitted into the atmosphere and the amount removed. So right now we have more greenhouse pollution in the world. So we want to decrease. We want to decrease the pollution. So yeah, the global warming will be decreased. So the key area research in the energy transition is the renewable energy technology itself. And then second one is energy storage solution. So right now we have battery technology, and the new one is hydrogen. So this is the new one to store the energy, to have a green hydrogen, which can be produced from electrolysis, and we use renewable energy to produce hydrogen from electrolysis. And the third one is smart grid and energy management. So the integration of AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning for smart grid optimization in the source size of energy, electrical source. And the other side is demand response system and decentralization energy management. It's in the demand side. So we want to make the balance of energy source by using renewable energy, and also we control the demand. So it's control the demand response. Next. So what is microgrid? Microgrid is a group of interconnected load and distributed energy resources that act as single controllable entity with respect to the grid. So we want to use solar, we want to use biomass, we want to use hydro, we want to use wind, that right now the energy is distributed. So we can produce electricity from our rooftop in our home. So we can get the electric power. And it can connect and disconnect from the grid to operate in grid connected or island mode. So it's better for archipelago, island, isolated area that we can use microgrid. So there are three market drivers for the rise of microgrid. First one is the resiliency. So some disaster happen right now because of global warming, flood, earthquake, and another disaster. So by providing a stable and reliable source of electricity, microgrid can help to maintain essential service and support disaster relief effort natural disaster. So like in Japan, they have a point of gathering people if there will a disaster happen. So the point is in the school, right, Prof. Seiko? So we must provide utility in the gathering location. So microgrid is one of the solution. And the second one is the economic, so flexibility allocation of distributed energy resources, energy contract for predictable costs, and revenue costs for reselling to utility. Right now, solar panel become less expensive, cheaper, and so the produce of electricity from solar is cheaper than from coal or gas. So it's the benefit of the solar panel. And the third one is the sustainability. So with microgrid, we use the renewable energy sources. We can reduce carbon and then improve brand value for the company. So they have a green company, green product, and also capitalization on incentive for renewable and net zero or net positive initiative. So this is the driver for the microgrid. And this is the example for the resiliency. There are blackout by disaster often come at incredible cost to business and society of large victim economy and people who died. And there are several example, right? In Great East Japan earthquake 2011, yeah, left up around 8 million people without power, without electricity over 10 days. And also in 2012 in India, left more than 9% of the world population without electricity in 15 hours. So it's right now without electricity, people get angry because no internet, no communication. Yeah. So yeah, the energy is right now is important. So the resiliency is important. Next. The second one is economic. So microgrid can provide economic empowerment through tourism, like in Labuan Bajo, in Gili Trawangan, in Nusa Tenggara Barat. There are some PV plant connected to grid and also power plant. And also we can install in hotel, like in here, supermarket, EV charging station, campus, green farming, healthcare. We can use microgrid to produce electricity energy, to supply the IoT, to control the fertilizer, to control the temperature, to control the ventilation. So we can use microgrid to empower another field. The next one is because the solar cost right now is decreased. So the electric production from the solar panel will be low. This is interesting attraction for a company or for people to have production of electricity using solar. And also the battery storage. And the other is hydrogen. Right now, the technology developed very fast. Next. This is the condition in Indonesia. So we have right now around 5,000 still some location electrified by a diesel engine. So the PLN want to change into the renewable energy to have the electrification. Next one. Next. Okay, this is the green transmission and also the goal 2060 from Indonesian government. So we want the government want to have net zero emission, and you see that the solar is the biggest one. Yeah, to supply the electrical energy in Indonesia, electricity energy in Indonesia. So in Sumatera, Jawa, Nusa Tenggara, Kalimantan, Borneo, solar is the biggest power supply. Next. Next. So yeah, we want to make some research in the application of microgrid, that it can be installed in institutional or university or in campus, typically comprise of certain number of building in a limited geographical area. So we can install the PV in the rooftop, in the college, in the government facility, and also maybe in hospital. And the second one is commercial and industrial building, The microgrid is developed in existing commercial or industrial area with multiple participants. Scenario become more complicated. Like in industrial park, mining, mall, we can install the microgrid based on solar or another renewable energy resources. And the third one, in the island or remote area, we can install the microgrid in the isolated or remote community or island. Next. So this is our campus, and we use our campus as a laboratory. Yeah, we put microgrid in our campus. Actually, in our university, we use 11.2 megawatt hour per year. It's mean around 2 million rupiah per not 2 million, 2 million, 2 million per month to build the electricity. Next. So we want to have a smart campus design. So we collaborate with Dr. Iwayan Mustika. We want to have smart water meter. We want to have smart energy. We want to have air quality monitoring. We want to have waste management in our campus. And we want to contribute net zero emission also. We want to have the green campus. So we installed technology in our campus. Next. So this is our proposal for microgrid in UGM to participate in net zero emission. So first, we measure the profile of the electricity, and then we make a study about how much capacity to install PV rooftop in the building in campus. And then we have also waste management, and we install the battery and also a fuel cell that the fuel from hydrogen we can get from electrolyzer. And then we monitor the use of energy. We monitor the weather forecast, and also we monitor the bill. We hope that we can saving the bill, the electricity bill. And this also can be information to the student and also to the stakeholder. How can we use the energy, the renewable energy? Next. Next. Okay, this is the storage, fuel cell, and battery. Next one. So we can produce hydrogen next using solar. In the afternoon, we can produce hydrogen, and then we can use to fuel the fuel cell. And the other technology is communication, because we must monitor the energy, the consume of energy, and also the production of energy. So we install some wireless technology. Yeah, then there are many choices, depend on the location and the distance. So we can use the LAN 1, PAN, or LP1. So it's depend on the location. Next. So this is the system architecture that we install right now. We have a smart meter second generation. This is the device, smart meter, smart water, and also air quality monitoring. And then we monitor, we collect the data, and we manage, we control the data, and we can display in the handphone. Next. Yeah, this is the dashboard of smart building that we develop. So there are some building that right now we install the PV in our building. Next, we can monitor the energy consumptions every day. So right now, from my handphone, I can monitor the production of PV and also the consumption of electrical energy. Next. So this is the right now the PV production. So the in the right side is the electrical consumption and the left side is the PV production. So we can monitor every 15 minutes. Yeah, we can monitor the production and the consumption. Next. So we can have this dashboard. Yeah, how many CO2 can be saved? Yeah, CO2 can be saved. How many bill can be saved? How many renewable energy can be produced? So we have more information. So we hope that our stakeholder, our student, take care about this, and we can make people consider about our global warming, our energy production, and also energy consumption. Next. And this is our study about rooftop potential in UGM. So we can install based on solar global irradiation. First, if we want to install, we must get the data, the irradiation, and then we can calculate how capacity can be installed. Also depend on the area of the rooftop. Next. And this is the smart meter installation by our technician. Next. And the next research is we collaborate with university in Denmark, Aalborg University and Southern Denmark University to achieve some goal in SDG. We have goal in SDG 7, 11, 13, and 17. So we have a strategic partner. So in October next month, we will have summer school in Bali. So if you want to join in Bali in 21st and 22nd October, we have a summer school. Next. This is our microgrid concept. So if we have disaster, we can have ad hoc microgrid that it's a small portable microgrid that we can move to the location that people gathering in the one point, and then we can give the utility. And then the second one is to connect the ad hoc microgrid. Ad hoc microgrid. We can connect some resources, and then we have a connection. And the last one, we connect to the grid. So this is why we can select the microgrid to have a good example to install the renewable as a production of electricity. Next. And this is the case study ad hoc microgrid for health clinic in Mandalika in Nusa Tenggara Barat. So first we get the data from the clinic. So the left side, the right side is the load profile of the clinic. So the electricity consumption, and the left side is the solar production, so solar irradiation. So we want to match the consumption and also the electricity production from the solar. So we developed a control strategy for the network ad hoc microgrid to match the consumption and the production autonomous operation for 3 days. And we use low power portable microgrid to serve the front line for the resilient operation for the elected area. Okay, the detail of the control, we already deliver in publication. And this is the control strategy for the network ad hoc microgrid, so we can balance the production and also the consumption. Next. Okay, the second our research about solid state transformer. So the support for the microgrid is right now we need a transformer that is active, not only passive. Yeah, conventional transformer is passive. So we want to make it more active. So this is the solution. The solid state transformer is we use power converter, power electronic. We use AC-DC converter, DC-DC, and also DC to AC. Next. This is the purpose. The purpose is to develop the prototype of SST. Next. So this is the timeline. We start 2 years ago, and right now we produce the prototype. Next. This is our first. We make a simulation calculation. We're doing in the software, and then next we simulate the experiment in the Typhoon Hill. So to make the hardware, next one, and this is the hardware. So we produce from nothing to prototype. Next, next, next. So this is our part of solid state transformer. Next. So the last one is virtual synchronous generator. Why we need virtual synchronous generator? So the problem with the high penetration of inverter-based renewable energy is that causes low inertia in electric power system. So we can use for virtual synchronous generator to produce virtual inertia. So you can see how the solar irradiation fluctuate if cloudy happen. Yeah, if the weather is very bad, so the production of electricity can decrease into 10% or 30%. So it's problem for electricity. So we must put some virtual synchronous generator. Next. Next. So this is the conventional model for the synchronous converter. So we can use the diesel power plant. So based on this mechanic power plant, we introduce next inverter based on solar. So mechanic came to static. This is our model. Next. And then this is the simulation. We use the inverter base and also the renewable resources. We can use solar and also wind. Next, this is our simulation test. We can control, we can manipulate the active and reactive, so we can balance the energy. Next, so we can manage the energy, so the renewable can support the electricity energy without any problem. Next. This is our future research. We want to make a prototype. We're doing in Typhoon Hill and imply the reinforcement learning for adaptive model, parameter tuning for our control. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
So let's give a big applause for Prof. Danang. Thank you very much for the very nice talk. And so very well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank you very much. We would like to really, we are really grateful to have a very great talk from the 4 keynote speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the questions and answer session. So there will be 3 sessions, and each session will have 3 questions. So please mention your name and state to which presenter you address your questions. So if there are any questions, please raise your hand. So first, Dr. Catherine. Yes, of course. Yeah, already. And then the second question, if there's no more from this room, then the second question is from Dr. Febri to Prof. Darvisi regarding when nickel and cobalt impregnated to mesoporous, what is their properties like acid or base catalyst? And then any more questions? All right, and then for Prof. So maybe we answer first from so maybe first question first from Dr. Catherine, please.
So my question is for Associate Professor Sekito. I heard you mention about the use of ash clinker, which is only suitable for contaminated rivers and ponds. And I'm wondering it can be used or applicable for like contaminated water, drinking water, or maybe for yeah, in the community where the sanitation is very low and the water is insufficient. I mean, insufficient in terms of how not the amount of water or the availability of water, but because of the water resources is less hygiene. Yeah, the terms less hygiene is that means not because of they are not boil it, but normally in the village, the community loves like drinking fresh water. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think the clinker ash can be used as the purification of water, a part of drinking water probably, but we need further research. Actually, any other hazardous substances were leached out from the clinker ash. So just we are proposing to use the clinker ash as the environmental water, not for drinking. But I think, for example, pre-treatment of the river water for drinking water can use the clinker, the ash, not only clinker ash. So, but as I said, before using those kind of ashes, you need to investigate the hazardous substances in the ash, and it actually those substances are not leached out from the ash. But if you survey that those kind of, for example, any hazardous substances are contained in the ash, probably it can be used.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Sekito. Maybe from the Zoom meeting, Prof. Darvisi. If not, then any more questions from the main room? Yeah, there is one question here for Prof. Christiansen. There are several mechanisms for seaweed. Which one is giving the main impact? Like you have like several mechanisms in the seaweed in the slides here.
Well, we don't know. Yeah, we don't know. So yes, there's sort of the direct, the bulk NPK macronutrient effect, the micronutrient effect, or then the other compounds, secondary metabolites and plant growth regulators. So we don't really know. Most of the work, the easy stuff, as I said, is done with the NPK. There's also a lot of work on the role of the plant growth regulators. So because often there was an effect that it wasn't related to the levels of NPK or mineral fertilizers. So there's been a lot of work anticipating a role for plant growth regulators. So particularly things like cytokinins, auxins for root and shoot growth and plant development. But yeah, I don't think they really know. I think the other thing I mentioned, I didn't go into detail, is the building up stress resistance. So sometimes it doesn't make the plant grow better, but it makes it able to cope with certain stresses. So that sort of would hint at the role of secondary metabolites and so on. Yeah, rather than NPK really, or sort of macronutrients, maybe micronutrients. The other area too is that indirect pathway of affecting soil conditions, soil fertility and availability of nutrients and so on. So I'm not actually aware of too much work in that area. Most of it's in the direct, how you apply it to a plant, how it affects various plant organs, different stages of plant development. And a lot of that is somewhere between macronutrients and plant growth regulators. That's most of what we know.
Thank you very much, Prof. Paul Christiansen. And Prof. Dr. Misi will really just give an answer if you have time in via Zoom. And for a meantime, so Dr. Darvisi, when you have when you're ready, just give an answer for the question from Dr. Febri regarding when nickel or cobalt impregnated to mesoporous silica, what is their properties? Is it like acid catalyst or base catalyst? And then the second one is, which catalyst is most effective for decarboxylation, decarbonylation, and cracking reaction? So thank you. You can also find the questions in the Zoom message. And
Sorry for the interruption. I think I've just got the confirmation from Pak Dodi that Prof is unable to join this session, but he could answer all the questions raised today. So we can send just the question through email. Yeah.
thank you very much.
Sorry, Prof. Febri.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dr. Catherine. And then for a meantime, there is a question here for Professor Sekito. Like you mentioned, in the incineration process, you get some valuable metals. Like for what here is some question saying, there is a question saying, what % of gold that you can recover from that process?
Gold. What percent? Okay. In the bottom ash, the concentration was okay, let me check. Between 1 to 10 milligram per kilogram. So usually that amount is not suitable for sending potash to the refinery companies. I think the companies need more than 10 milligram per kilogram. But this research is just conducted to evaluate the potential amount. So if you use the melting system, the concentration would be increased. So that's our plan.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sekito. Maybe there is another questions. Please, Dr. Catherine.
Yes. So my question goes to Associate Professor Paul Christiansen. Yeah, I'm interested in seaweed farming, which is carbon negative. From your perspective, what it looks like to say that it's carbon negative, and what's the impact for the farmers? Yeah.
Thanks.
Marina. So that just means that it's actually sequestering carbon. So it's actually, yeah. So taking carbon out of the water, out of the air. So that's, in that sense, it's part of that is the growth of the seaweeds themselves, but also it's a fairly low input system. So when we think about terrestrial or land-based agriculture, there's a lot of other things going on. There's machinery, there's a lot of inputs for heavily energy embodied or embodied energy in fertilizers and crop protection things. So all of that means that there's this really big carbon footprint for terrestrial agriculture. You don't have that necessarily with seaweed production as well. So so that's the first part. How does that work in terms of the carbon balance? The other side there, and then what does that mean? Well, it means that we're producing a fertilizer without having that, the climate change footprint or the negative footprint. So, yep. I mean, I think there's a lot of talk about sequestration. I've got a lot of soil scientist colleagues, people that talk about trying to build up soil carbon or planting trees and all those things. But for me, I think mitigation or reducing emissions is really, we've got to think about how we reduce the emissions, and a lot of the talk about energy has been really interesting, rather than just keep emitting and then trying to, capture the carbon. It's a bit of a difficult thing in the long run.
Maybe my next question still related to that explanation that for farmers, if I were a farmer, I may think about how to produce food from seaweed, or selling it for a commercial production. I'm not going to think about whether it can be used as biofertilizer. So that's slightly the case here. You know what I mean? So in terms of local knowledge, how we gonna use that perspective to make sure that farmers, not because of they have to choose, but they understand that's a better solution for a more sustainable environment problem.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure of your question, but I think that, so there's different ways that we can use seaweed. I think one of the photos was harvesting it from the beach, or just sort of wild harvesting. Often at certain times of the year, it'll get washed up and just rots on the beach and smells really bad. But actually that's still part of the natural cycles. But it can be harvested from the beach. That's what I was, and then what I was talking about is really the waste products from so where it is farmed, and then it's used for that carrageenan, the food additives. So it's what do we do with those waste products? So that's was about converting that back. The form that's in, so often what we talk about extracts, so they're dried and powdered extracts, and then just, teaching the farmers what to do. I'm not really, so with local knowledge, because this is like a new technology, so there's not a tradition of harvesting, extracting. That's sort of only been around for a couple of decades, maybe. I mean, the local knowledge is how would you integrate that with any of these new technologies? How is that integrated into local farming systems? And a lot of that's about demonstration. I think a lot of farmers maybe don't believe scientists sometimes. They want to see demonstrated evidence of an effect. And that can be actually difficult when you put on a bag of urea. You can see the plants are bigger and greener. If you put on seaweed fertilizer, you're probably not going to see that effect straight away, particularly if the pathway or one of the main pathways is through soil conditioning. That's sort of, you'll see that effect over months and years, not for this specific, not for the crop right now. So, certainly demonstrating a benefits can take time and effort. Yep.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Paul. So is there any more questions from the main? Oh yeah, so please, Dr. Eric.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tony, for the opportunity to ask some questions. I want to ask the Professor Sekito. Yeah, this is. I'm very glad to meet you again after we met last year in Miyazaki University. I want to ask to you about how to manage the non-degradable waste, such as plastic waste, and we need your suggest about this, because we know that you some of your research about management solid waste in Indonesia, especially in Surabaya and Malang, and we need your suggest, yeah, especially to our government in East Nusa Tenggara Timur, especially in Kupang City, how to maintain this solid waste, especially plastic. So this is a big problem in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Of course, plastics treatment, waste plastics treatment is also in Japan a very big issue. But we are separating plastics from the mainstream of waste, and we are recycling plastics as fuel and also the source of another production plastics. So I think those techniques for recycling needs separated plastics. So once you mix, it is difficult to recycle or reuse the plastic waste. So therefore, the separation is very important. Of course, I know I have a research field in Indonesia, and the separation is very difficult here. But without separation, probably we cannot reuse plastics or other waste anymore. So therefore, I don't know, the system or habit should be changed to separate the waste. So, you know, in Japan, we have many different complicated separation rules in households, but I don't think, I think that's too much, even for us, for Japanese. At least you can separate between resources and others. I think you can do that at least two. So I think that's not difficult. So then resources can be separated manually in somewhere else, TPS3L or something like that. So it makes increase of value for recycling. So that's my opinion. Separation is the first key to implement recycling or treatment of plastic waste.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Sekito. Is there any more question for Prof. Francisco? So if there is not, and there is one question for Professor Danang. Microgrid, you saying that microgrid collect energy from several sources. Do you just use solar panel or do you use other renewable energy such as wind or geothermal?
Okay. Right now, one of my student, doctoral student from University of Papua. So right now, the electricity in Papua is very difficult because the geographical problem, and yeah, not one right now, not yet 100% in Papua electrified. So yeah, my student use the microgrid based on PV and also from hydro. So he combined this production from PV and from hydro. He make calculation about the potential of hydro, the volume and the flow of water in 5 years, and then compared to the PV production and calculate the cost, and also how this technology can be used in the community, and also how they can maintain the microgrid, because right now not every but a project with microgrid, especially PV, after installed, then yeah, 5 months or not until 1 year broken. So this is the problem. So we also study how can a community manage to sustain the microgrid system. So this is our goal with this research. So we combine water and PV. And also there is some project in Nusa Penida, because in Nusa Penida wind is potential. So the BRIN, the BRIN developed the hybrid wind and PV. And still in the development, and we want to have the good result from the combination of wind and PV. So we can use another like biomass, but the problem in biomass is the supply chain. So the production of the material for the biomass, we must manage to have continue production. And we can also develop using biogas. If you have manure from animal, so we can collect, and also how can technology can make it easy and people want to use the biogas. So I think there are many potential possibility of using from agriculture, from veterinary, or from animal nature to have production for biogas or biomass, and then we can combine to PV, so we can reduce the cost. I think this is possibility for us. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. And maybe there is more questions. Oh.
Well, just a quick story. In Palu, I saw there was some cattle being in a small cattle house, and the manure came down into a biodigester, making methane. That methane then drove a generator that you can charge your mobile phone. I went, oh, this is to keep the customers happy. If we can, anything for your mobile phone. But I wondered, as another power source that's probably for Indonesia, maybe Japan, is geothermal with all your volcanoes and hot water. Is that something that's used? We don't really have that in Australia. We have some hot springs. Is that a source of?
Yeah, we have also geothermal. I think in Nusa Tenggara Timur, we have also potential for geothermal in Manggarai.
Manggarai, yeah.
Okay. So we can combine, because geothermal is
stable for the production of electricity. But yeah, the problem is the infestation to make the plan for geothermal. But I think right now the government push to develop the geothermal to produce the electricity in a way to have green hydrogen. So we call it green hydrogen because the hydrogen production from renewable. So we have brown hydrogen that produced from coal, blue hydrogen produced from gas, gray hydrogen, and green hydrogen. So the green hydrogen we want to produce more and more. So this is our potential to have many geothermal for electricity production. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there more any questions? Professor Febri, please.
Thank you, Prof. Anton. I have a question to Prof. Francisco from Gajah Mada University. When Prof. Francisco talked about biomass, I remember that how to convert biomass to biofuel is very, very hard work because we meet with the problem like the lignification. Prof. Danang have any suggestion about how to treat the lignification from biomass to convert it to biofuel? Thank you.
Okay. I have not yet experienced about lignification in biomass, but we have experience to convert from this bed fruit. So we have in Yogyakarta, we have a market, fruit market, and then the bed production of fruit that cannot be sold to the customer, and we make it, we convert into the gas, and then the gas we use to make the biogas to firing the engine generator. So we still have this prototype in our city, in small market, fruit market in Yogyakarta. But yeah, I don't know about the lignification, maybe from mechanical or chemical. I don't know, but yeah, the problem is that the filter about the ash, about when we burn the biomass, we must maintain the ash and then maybe we put some filter, and then to make it more clean before we go to the ignition. So yeah, this is the problem. But I think we can use I think to control the ash and use the filter. I think that also one of the problem in Mentawai. So in Mentawai, they use bamboo, and then we burn the bamboo, but the engine, I think, not until 1 year is collapsed because of this problem. Yeah, the burning is not so good, so bad ash goes to the engine. So yeah, we must increase the technology, I think. But this is potential for our a bad news is a good news for the researcher. I think a bad news in the field is a good news in our field for the researcher to make a good technology to solve the problem. Yeah, this is a chance for us. Okay, thank you.
Can I just, carbon's really important. If like you were talking about bamboo, or there's sugar cane waste, or rice straw, rice husks, is the first thing to put it back into the soil, because we need to do that, and do we put it back direct, or do we decompose it, or do we biochar it? And so or do we feed it to animals and make more money? Or do we put it into some energy pathway? So the carbon's so critical, and that the optimization of the material, the technology, and the end use is something for economists to work out and so on. But yeah, really critical thing, the role of carbon. I just wondered about if there's lignification, the role of, I don't know if we've got any microbiologists, but maybe it's not always an engineering problem, but a microbiology problem of initial decomposition or something, but I'm just guessing. Yep.
All right, thank you, Prof. Paul. Any more questions, or Dr. Eric?
Okay, thank you, Professor Tony. I want to ask the Professor Danang. Yeah, according to the question of Professor Febri, I want to ask you, if possible, that the lignin from the biomass can make some problem in power station of steam from PLTU. For example, corrosion. Yeah. In your opinion, how to reduce or how to make the pipe maybe or in engine of the power plant, especially in corrosion, a problem about corrosion. I think this is the quiet problem in power plant, steam power plant. When we use the biomass, the second problem, the secondary problem is how to reduce the corrosion effect. Thank you, Professor Danang.
All right, thank you, Dr. Eric. Maybe Prof. Danang?
Yeah, there's also experience in using biomass. Right now, also PLN, they use method, they call it co-firing, that they use some biomass to supplement the coal. I think 5% or 10%. They put the biomass pulp from pulp and then from waste of from the wood, and then they put into coal firing. So, and one of my students from PLN, he has project in comparing the problem with different kind of biomass to the co-firing power plant. So right now, but I don't remember the result, but until now, there is no problem in the power plant, in the fuel power, in the coal power plant with using co-firing. So I think they use some technology to to make it better, to decrease the water content of the biomass, and then also to have a good production coal firing in coal power plant. So there's my experience with my student in PLN. So that's my opinion.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Danang. So I think that's the last questions. And so, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of the first keynote session. And we would like to say thanks again for all the keynote speakers for their great talks and interesting talks. And hopefully with the presentation will beneficial for us and helping us to for sustainable development in archipelagic island in East Nusa Tenggara. So again, I would like to ask you to join me to give the last applause, big applause for all the keynote speakers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and we would like again to thanks to Prof. Ola for leading the first session, the first keynote session, and I believe that there are many things that we have learned from what we have heard from our speakers here. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a big round of applause for our speakers here. All right, so we will continue the second keynote session after the lunch break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have around 60 minutes or 1 hour to break. And after 1 hour or at 2 p.m., we can join again in this room. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch break. Thank you. All right, Bapak dan Ibu, the food is already served for us.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dan Ibu, selamat siang, selamat berjumpa kembali di ruangan ini. Bagi Bapak dan Ibu, for everyone who still outside of this room, we are inviting you all to join us in this room because shortly we will have the second keynote session. Bapak dan Ibu yang masih ada di luar dan bisa mendengarkan suara saya, kami mohon dengan hormat untuk boleh bergabung bersama kami. Untuk teman-teman yang masih ada di belakang juga, Bapak dan Ibu, kami mohon untuk boleh bergabung mengisi tempat yang masih kosong. And we would like to greet the participants who are joining us still online. Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu, adik-adik mahasiswa yang masih setia untuk bergabung bersama dengan kita di conference ini secara online. Dan Bapak dan Ibu, sebentar lagi kita akan masuk pada sesi yang kedua, the second keynote session we will have shortly. So for that, kami mengundang sekali lagi untuk Bapak dan Ibu yang masih ada di luar. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have two keynote speakers from Indonesia for this, for the second keynote session. Ibu Elia Zulaika ST MSN PhD and Ibu Dr. Linda Fangidai. And the person who will lead this session is our chairperson, Ibu Catherine Behar, M Biotech PhD. For that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our moderator for the second keynote session, Ibu Catherine Behar. Silahkan, mau langsung saja berdua, biar ibu-ibu kami juga segar kalau siang-siang kayak begini. All right, the time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the host. We will like to begin this second keynote speaker session. I would like to introduce Ibu Elia Zulaika. She graduated from Industrial Design Department of Institute Teknologi 10 November or ITS, and in 2003 finished the study in the subject of Master of Art, and that was in Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia, or ITB. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there is technical problem. So while we're waiting for this technical problem to be fixed, I will continue the bios. And yeah, Miss Elia finished her PhD study in collaborative design learning in Queensland University of Technology, or QUT, Brisbane, Australia. At the moment, Miss Elia is Dean of the Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business in the Institute Teknologi of 10 November. And in the past, her research interest was focusing on industrial design and participatory design. I think still happening up to now, yeah? Yeah. Please welcome Ibu Elia Zulaika. And next. Yeah. Time is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Katrin Behar. Selamat siang, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you to Nusa Cendana University for the opportunity to be here at the third Biennial ICEST conference. It's a great honor for me. This afternoon, I have an opportunity to share and explore innovation and resilience with all of you. Before I begin this session, let's make reflection of the remarkable story of the Bajo tribes of South Sulawesi. As you see in the video, they known as nomads of the sea. The Bajo have lived in harmony with the ocean for centuries, adapting to their environment with deep wisdom and resilience. If I'm not mistaken, they can dive up to 60 meters under the sea level, and they can dive without any devices until 13 minutes, which is very unlikely for most of the people now. The Bajo people traditionally lived on boats and houses on the water and relied on sea for their livelihood. However, the government forced them to settle on land for the reason of education, healthcare, and security. Therefore, they face significant challenge when they forced to live on land. They struggle to adapt, losing their connection to the sea, which affect their culture, economy, and way of life. This led to challenges such as poverty and the risk of losing their traditional skill and identity. Please back to the slide. Ladies and gentlemen, that is only one example about how the different way of life between people live on land and people live on the water. It will be never been the same to govern island nations. Use the same method of governing as those living in mainland continents. For example, like in Europe. In the past, people saw water as a connection from one place to another. Therefore, coastal areas and areas around river has always been a favorite place for people to live. But now it is no longer applicable. People are not closely connected to water as they used to be. For example, now we see the main problem is the transportation and connectivity between islands. While in the past, we see water as the main of transportation. So now we can see how people change because of the concept of people who usually lived on land being applied to the people who lived in archipelago. Next. Other problems, we have some challenges for governing peoples who live in archipelago. Not only the transportation and connectivity, but also the potential of natural disaster like tsunami, volcanic eruption, and also over exploitation of marine resources. Additionally, the diverse cultures across island add complexity to governance. Next. And however, government has made some efforts to help these archipelagic states. They expanding ports, strengthening maritime security, improving disaster mitigation, and also increasing funding for rural areas, and managing sustainable resources management. Those are the work of STEM, in which the role of STEM already take a part of it. Next. However, before I begin my presentation, I want to share a little bit about the how STEM and design connect together. This is when I was studying for taking my doctoral degree. My supervisor is Professor Margot Brireten from Queensland University of Technology. I am indebted deeply to her because she introduced me to the concept of participatory design. Her background is in computer science. However, I and she work together to work on collaborative design learning for rural craftspeople. Next. Yeah. My supervisor introduced me about participatory design. It was the concept which is introduced by Kirsten Nigard. Nigard saying that decision or policies affect any community should be made by the community itself. So it is not enough, always not enough to only teach people about something, or on the other hand, observing what people do, but the most important thing is work together with the people to make decision together, to make action together. Next. Okay. Yeah, next. Yeah, all right. So the first one is about participation. Many people saying that they already involve people in that project. Many people claiming that they already implement participation in their program. However, Einstein warned us that there are many levels of participation in which we have to be very careful with it, because not all participation is the real participation. Some of them is fake participation. There are three categories of participation, ranging from non-participation, the bottom level, and in the middle level is symbolic participation, and the highest level is citizen control. The levels are made by the degree of how community take control or take decision about their own lives. In the first level, in the manipulation, is when the community have no access at all to the decision. And the second level, the therapy, is when people are educated, because people are considered not knowing about what they want to do. And the third is the tokenism, or the symbolic participation. When in the informing level, the information flows one way without any feedback from the community. And the consultation is when community input is sought but may not impact decision. In the placation is when community are involved, but the control remains with the authority. And the last one is the real participation. However, there are 3 degrees of participation in there. The first is partnership, when power is shared through negotiation. Or collaboration or partnership is when power is shared through negotiation. And in the delegated power is when community has majority control, and the ultimate one is when community fully control the decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it is not easy to get the citizen control in this participation. Next. Okay, I want to share the story of the glass bead craft industry, which is my project in East Java, in Jombang. This case is worth to be investigated because glass bead craft industry in Indonesia is very rare. Compared to batik, to bamboo, to wooden or rattan furniture, the industry is very rare and the prominent glass bead craft industry in Indonesia. Next. And the glass bead craft industry currently on the verge of extinction, and it requires urgent attention. We do collaboration. We do many discussion within a year with local villager without to develop solution rooted in their ideas and perspective. And this process resulted in the creation of a workshop designed in the simplest format with the primary goal is fostering awareness and empathy. Participants learn firsthand the challenge of bead making, and helping them better appreciate the craft integrates and distinguish higher quality products. As you see that the students are trying to make glass bead, and therefore it enhances their awareness about glass bead making. So during the discussion between me and the craft community, they have an initiation of visiting many schools and then make a glass bead making demonstration and allow students to try to make beads. And then it resulted in the improving awareness about how difficult of making the beads and the appreciation of this craft industry. In terms of product development, it is also essential to explore design innovation. Therefore, instead of teaching them to design, instead of giving them a design, we don't teach them how to make a good design. No, we just share with them using anything around them, along with Maria Hansen, the lecturer of Sheffield Hallam University in United Kingdom. We collect many daily, everyday things around us as the inspiration for craftspeople, and then they develop jewelry using their own ideas. So in here, the focus is how to make people feel empowered, not only as the manufacturer, but also enhance their design skill and maintain their own identity by strengthening their uniqueness and their strength. In terms of STEM, it is very important to acknowledge technology. It is very important to apply technology. However, John Maida warned us that technology has made our lives more full, yet at the same time, we also sometimes become uncomfortably full. So once again, we need to make reflection all the time about the technology that we apply to the community. Using the pattern of design thinking, actually in design, it is not only about ideation, not only about making a new idea. However, the first thing we have to do is making empathy or empathize or divine before we focus on making solution or ideation. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, the innovation is not only about technical things or feasibility or even about business or viability, but also we have to consider another aspect, which is desirability or the human aspects. So using these three aspects, then we can get innovation. I saw that there are many potential of the creative industry in East Nusa Tenggara. As we see in the picture, there are beautiful view, beautiful land, and also very rich types of culinary, and also musical, and the culture, and the craft, and also the tenun ikat is the most prominent and important creative industry in East Nusa Tenggara. I have opportunity to go to Nusa Tenggara and then assessing the Tenun Ikat study program, the only study program in Tenun Ikat, and even perhaps in the world. Yeah. So this is the applause to the Nusa Cendana for preserving this culture, because it is really the unique identity, rich of cultural meaning. It has traditional craftsmanship, and as this morning all the guests have a gift from the committee, all of them has a different story because there are diversity across island. And it used in traditional ceremony and high artistic value. So no doubt there are many strength point of this tenun ikat. Next. However, we know that there are many challenges for this industry. There are lack of interest among younger generation. Thanks God that with this study program, there are many young people learn seriously about tenun ikat. And then there are competition as well from cheaper mass-produced imitation and limited market access and the quality and many other challenges that we have to consider. That is why the main point is how we preserve this identity and preserve this uniqueness and tenun ikat creative industry. There are many development strategy. I am, of course, I know nothing about it better than local people, better than the maker here. That is why we really need collaboration among stakeholders, because they basically already have their own strength. The design innovation, the international market penetration, and quality improvement, branding, and everything can be done. But once again, it is just an ideation. The first thing that we have to do is make a good investigation, great and careful investigation, and empower people to make decisions about their own lives. All right, so far, we have talked about challenge in development of island nation. We talk about the progress achieved by government for this area and the role of STEM. However, we have to remember that it is important to implement participatory design for governing archipelago. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah. In the case study of ikat weaving industry in East Nusa Tenggara, there are many remaining challenges. However, it is essential between government communities and private sectors to address the challenge together. Next. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, ikat weaving from East Nusa Tenggara is not just a cultural heritage, but a thread that weaves the future. Its strand is a work of art that tells a story of tradition, innovation, and hope. Let us build a creative industry that not only preserve heritage, but also empower generation and honor the identity of our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Elia Zulaika, for that beautiful presentation. And now is the turn for the second keynote speaker for Ibu Dr. Linda Wilminche Fangidai. Please welcome Dr. Linda Fangidai.
Thank you, Ibu Catherine. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude for the Faculty of Science and Engineering, for the Dean, Professor De Rosari, and the committee of this conference for entrusting me as a keynote speaker in this reputable event. As the only local presenter, keynote speaker, please allow me to present mostly in Bahasa Indonesia. And what I'm gonna share today.
Oh, hang on, Ibu. I apologize. I will need to read a bit of your bios. So, yeah. All right. Dr. Linda Fangidai is a lecturer at the Architecture Department at Nusa Cendana University with a focus on architecture and behavior. She holds a PhD in architecture from Gajah Mada University and has approximately 2 decades of experience in both academia and professional practices. Her research primarily explores the interaction of human behavior and their built environment. She has published several works in the form of academic publication that explore the relationship between human behavior and the space they inhabit, ranging from microscales or room to microscales or movement. In addition to conducting research, Dr. Linda is also involved in various projects related to building and environmental planning in several regions of East Nusa Tenggara. As an assistant professor at Nusa Cendana University, Dr. Linda teaches courses on architecture and human behavior, also post-occupancy evaluation and architectural design, fostering a deeper understanding of how human behavior has a critical impact on architectural design practices. Now, time is yours, Dr. Linda.
Thank you, Ibu Catherine. I will continue with the presentation. Today, I would like to share the story of a simple community, probably could be considered as a marginalized community. They are a community of a migrant street vendor that we can be found around the Kupang city, scattered around the Kupang city, the location of our university. The locals call them Kios Angalai. Kios Angalai is the local name for the stalls, but the occupants, people call them Angalai. Angalai is from a Bahasa Sabu, one of the many ethnics that occupy in Nusa Tenggara Timur is Nusa Tenggara, meaning Angalai meaning guidance or friends, close friends, guidance. Today, I entitled my presentation, Conquer the Problem of Space Deficiency in Urban Areas Through Indigenous Knowledge. I choose to use the terminology indigenous than local knowledge because local knowledge can mislead us to, local knowledge could be present local knowledge, but indigenous will lead us to the past knowledge, the knowledge from the past. So I prefer to use the terminology of indigenous. Next. Saya akan menyampaikan dulu background issues yang melatar belakangi materi yang akan saya sampaikan. Isu ini adalah isu yang sangat umum, bukan isu milik mereka saja, tapi isu milik dunia, isu dari tingkat global, di mana ada permasalahan yang mendunia, yaitu adanya ledakan populasi secara global. Jadi excuse me. Seperti mungkin kita semua tahu bahwa populasi dunia meningkat dengan sangat tajam dalam sekian tahun terakhir, dari 2 miliar saat ini sekitar 2 miliar, 2 billion in this recent times. Mungkin dalam 30 tahun ke depan diperkirakan akan mencapai 9,7 miliar, lalu di tahun 2050. Dan kemudian United Nations juga also revealed that 9 countries including Indonesia will contribute half of the world's population by 2050. Indonesia will be one of the 9 countries that contribute half of the world population. Next will be about national issue. Masalah yang sama juga terjadi secara nasional, ada peningkatan populasi yang sangat tinggi, populasi umum maupun populasi khususnya di daerah perkotaan. Jadi dulu kita tahu bahwa banyak orang kalau kita cerita desa, desa adalah tempat di mana secara keluarga kita banyak di desa, kita sedikit di kota. Tetapi makin ke sini itu semakin terbalik. Banyak di kota, sedikit di desa, dan itu memang benar dibuktikan oleh statistik. Dari tahun 61 hanya tidak sampai 15% penduduk Indonesia tinggal di daerah perkotaan. Tapi di tahun 2015 sudah lebih dari setengah penduduk Indonesia itu ada di area urban. Bappenas bahkan memperkirakan bahwa di tahun 2035 itu akan meningkat lagi mencapai 66,6%. Dan akan meningkat diperkirakan, diprediksi pada tahun 2045 sudah lebih dari 80% populasi Indonesia itu hidup di daerah perkotaan. Masalahnya apa? Kita dulu dari kecil ya, kita mungkin dengar istilah urbanisasi. Menghindari urbanisasi, menuding urbanisasi sebagai penyebab. Migration, urbanization is a migration of the population from the rural area to the urban area. Tapi sekarang masalah itu dibuat lebih parah lagi dengan yang namanya conurbation atau agglomeration. Jadi bukan cuma penduduk desa yang pergi ke kota, kota sekarang pergi ke desa, mendatangi desa. Daerah-daerah yang dulunya adalah daerah-daerah penyangga itu melebur menjadi kota. Kita tahu Depok, mungkin ya Ibu, Depok, Bekasi, barangkali dulu itu adalah daerah yang seperti pedesaan. Kalau di Jawa Timur, Sidoarjo. Sidoarjo itu sawah, ya kita lihat. Sekarang gudang, industri, pabrik. Ya, mereka desa berubah jadi kota, otomatis populasinya yang tadinya adalah penduduk desa menjadi penduduk kota. Maka makin besarlah populasi orang yang tinggal di kota, populasi kota. Dan masalah yang sama terjadi juga di tingkat lokal. Dalam hal ini di kota lokasi riset saya, yaitu di Kota Kupang. Kepadatan Kota Kupang sangat tinggi, sekitar 20 kali lipat daripada area lain di dalam provinsi yang sama. Kemudian bukan hanya kepadatan, ada gap, selain gap populasinya, juga ada gap welfare-nya, kesejahteraan. Kita menggunakan Human Development Index sebagai salah satu indikator yang sudah diakui secara mendunia untuk mengukur kesejahteraan, dan kesejahteraan, tingkat kesejahteraan Kota Kupang kalau diukur dari HDI atau Human Development Index itu di atas rata-rata nasional, jauh di atas rata-rata nasional. Kupang itu kota yang sangat sejahtera. Angka ini jauh sekali berbeda dengan daerah-daerah lain di luar Kota Kupang, kabupaten-kabupaten lain. Adanya kesenjangan, kesejahteraan mengakibatkan Kupang menjadi sasaran urbanisasi. Populasi menjadi lebih tinggi lagi kepadatannya di Kota Kupang karena kesenjangan kesejahteraan ini tadi. Nah, ini menyebabkan beberapa permasalahan yang bisa kita temui. Sebenarnya permasalahan yang bisa ditemui di mana-mana, tetapi juga bisa ditemui di Kota Kupang, di lokasi riset saya. Jadi ada 3 pada intinya permasalahannya, yaitu adanya demand yang meningkat, increasing demand for space in urban areas as the population growth. Second is unaffordable land prices, sudah tidak terbeli. Lahan yang ada sudah menjadi sangat mahal. Kemudian yang masalah yang terakhir adalah kemudian terjadi kekurangan ruang yang menyebabkan krisis lahan. Nah, komunitas yang tadi saya sebutkan di awal berhasil menaklukkan permasalahan ini. Kenapa saya bilang menaklukkan bukan cuma survive? Karena bahkan komunitas lain yang a lot more fancy communities tidak bisa menaklukkan masalah ini, tetapi mereka bisa menaklukkannya. Dengan cara apa? Dan mereka ini seperti apa? Kita akan melihat dulu profil dari kios Angalai dan Angalai dalam video singkat yang akan ditayangkan oleh panitia. Silakan. Ada suara?
Operator, please the sound. Bunyinya Pak. Volumenya maksudnya.
They are operate 24 hours. And they are everywhere in the city, scattered around the city. The stalls is about 3 meters square in width. I found about 300 stalls scattered around the city, maybe more. Usually they put their stalls on the roadside in the main road. They use the most available, the most cheapest material to build the stalls. Almost no ornamentation. This is about the occupants of Kios Angalai, the people from Sabu Island, a very, very little island, a tiny island in East Nusa Tenggara, about 200 kilometers from Kupang. Very dry area, surrounded by Samudra Hindia. Most of the people in the island still living in traditional houses. They call the traditional houses Amu Hau. Hau means sabu, Amu means house. They have 9 to 10 months. They are a high-skilled farmer, but they have no chance to grow their farming because of the climate. The little stalls are occupied by one to, in this case, 5 people. A pair of parents and 3 kids. The stalls is their house and also their place of, they use it for commercial uses, for selling merchandises. Okay, then next. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah. The indigenous knowledge that they use to conquer the space deficiency in urban areas came from their traditional houses in their homeland in island of Sabu. From their traditional houses, they called Amuhau. the spatial system in Amuhau, I found that they apply the spatial system of Amuhau in their stalls in urban area. Next. Sebelum kembali ya. Oke. Ini Amuhau. Amuhau atau rumahnya orang Sabu adalah rumah berbentuk panggung dengan 3 level, 3 tingkat. Jadi ada kolong yang mereka sebut Roa Menggaru, lalu ada inner house-nya yang mereka sebut Kelaga, dan ada loteng atau diektik yang mereka sebut Tiamu. Dan itu secara vertikal, lalu secara horizontal mereka membaginya menjadi 2 zone, female zone dan male zone. Dan mereka strict dengan pembagian ini. Jadi male zone itu benar-benar untuk aktivitas kaum pria, sedangkan female zone untuk aktivitas kaum wanita. Dan zone ini berlaku juga secara vertikal. Jadi di kolong, di tengah, dan di loteng itu ada zone pria dan zone wanita. Berikutnya di kios. Ya, di kios Angalai ternyata hal yang sama itu mereka lakukan juga. Spasial sistemnya mereka atur seperti di rumah tradisional. Jadi secara vertikal ada kolong, ada ruang tengah, ada loteng. Lalu secara horizontal mereka membuat sedikit penyesuaian, yaitu kalau di rumah Sabu, di rumah tradisional itu zone pria dan zone wanita, kalau di kios itu commercial zone dan domestic zone. Mungkin next. Saya akan memperlihatkan adanya relasi, adanya hubungan yang bersifat asosiatif antara spasial sistem di rumah Sabu dan di kios Angalai. Secara horizontal dulu, pembagiannya adalah female zone dan male zone in the traditional house, and then domestic zone and commercial zone in stall atau in kios Angalai. Dan hubungan ini bersifat asosiatif karena dua-duanya punya orientasi yang mirip. Jadi female zone orientasinya adalah household, urusan rumah tangga. Diwakili di dalam kios oleh domestic zone. Kemudian di rumah tradisional male zone itu orientasinya adalah tentang earning living, mencari nafkah. Itu di kios asosiasinya dengan commercial zone. Dan ini konsisten. Yang saya mapping 300 kios, saya scrutinize itu 55 kios, lalu saya detail 26, saya in-depth 6 kasus. Dan konsisten seperti ini selalu, the zoning itu konsisten. Kemudian secara vertikal juga saya menemukan bahwa di Amuhau tadi mungkin saya jelaskan ada kolong, ada tengah, inner house, dan ada loteng. Di kios Angalai juga begitu. Kalau Bapak Ibu yang tinggal di Kota Kupang jalan-jalan, iseng-iseng, intip. Kadang-kadang ada kios Angalai seperti tidak ada kolong, ada batu bata. Tapi kalau kita ke belakang, terbuka itu. Ada fungsi, dan kolong itu ada fungsi. Seperti di rumah tradisional, di kolong itu ada fungsi, di kios Angalai juga ada fungsi. Jadi bukan sekedar secara struktur saja sehingga dibuat pakai kolong, tetapi difungsikan juga ruang kolong itu. Bahkan yang kasus yang ini ya, yang gambarnya ini saya muat, itu di kolong tuh mereka tempat masak. Jadi simpan kompor di situ, saya pergi, dia lagi goreng ikan di kolong itu. Tumis sayur di bawah. Di tengah aktivitas seperti rumah tangga biasa dan berjualan. Lalu di atas ada penyimpanan. Next mungkin. Bukan cuma spatial layout, horizontal spatial layout, vertical spatial layout, but also the space utilization in all levels. Jadi dari ektik yang saya perlihatkan dalam gambar loteng, maaf ya gambar yang di rumah tradisional agak gelap, tetapi fungsi di rumah tradisional di atas itu tempat penyimpanan bibit tumbuhan, juga barang-barang keramat, barang-barang pusaka. Di Angalai, di kios Angalai, di loteng, itu mereka simpan benda-benda berharga juga. Jadi tas uang, kadang-kadang merchandise yang agak mahal. itu mereka simpan di situ. Kalau merchandise yang biasa ada di rak yang melekat di dinding, tetapi kayak yang di merchandise yang agak berharga itu simpannya di loteng, seperti di rumah tradisional. Next. Kita sampai kepada kesimpulan yang saya bisa rumuskan kemudian ada beberapa. Yang pertama, saya melihat bahwa indigenous knowledge is not a static part of history. Yang kita dokumentasi, kita foto, dipakai untuk menghias, dijadikan kenang-kenangan. Tetapi sebenarnya dengan aplikasi yang baik, teknik aplikasi yang baik, itu bisa terus hidup dan berkembang menjadi sumber pengetahuan yang bertumbuh bersama dengan bertumbuhnya satu cultural group, kelompok kultur. Kedua, indigenous knowledge adalah hasil, saya pikir kenapa bisa seperti itu, karena indigenous knowledge adalah hasil dari triangulasi berabad-abad yang sudah dilakukan oleh satu kelompok kultur sepanjang hidupnya kultur itu. Sehingga pada dasarnya dia merepresent satu pola atau bahkan mungkin satu formula, satu rumus yang bisa diaplikasikan untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan yang sama, yang serupa. Yaitu dalam hal ini adalah permasalahan ruang yang saya temui. Yang bisa terjadi pada waktu yang berbeda, di masa lalu ataupun di masa kini, dan juga di tempat yang berbeda, di desa, dan ini dalam kasus ini adalah masalah di kota. Kesimpulan yang berikut yang saya bisa tarik adalah penghuni dari kios Angalai, mengapa mereka bisa menaklukkan masalah spasial dengan mengadaptasi indigenous knowledge mereka tentang spatial layout dari rumah tradisionalnya, yaitu karena mereka bisa mengadaptasikan layout dari rumah tradisionalnya ini ke layout dari kios mereka, spatial layout dari kios mereka di kota. Dengan menerapkan atau mengaplikasikan indigenous knowledge mereka mengenai rumah tradisional, spasial layout dari rumah tradisionalnya, maka penghuni kios Angalai ini sebenarnya tidak hanya semata-mata menyiapkan ruang fisik, physical space untuk aktivitas mereka, tetapi terlebih daripada itu ya, mereka mengembangkan satu ruang mental yang nyaman di dalam pikiran mereka. Jadi mereka itu membuat ruang yang begitu kecil yang sebenarnya secara standar arsitektur atau standar ruang lainnya tidak nyaman, tapi mereka buat itu menjadi nyaman karena dalam pikiran mereka. Mereka bawa pikiran mereka tentang rumah yang nyaman di pulau homeland mereka ke kios dengan cara mengadaptasikan spatial layout-nya. Jadi mereka feels at home. Itu yang bikin mereka bertahan, Bapak Ibu. Ladies and gentlemen, mereka bisa hidup di situ 20 years or more. I found it. Many cases, they live there more than 20 years. Karena apa? They live at home, basically. Terima kasih. Thank you for your kind attention. It's the end of my presentation.
So thank you for your interesting presentation. I would like to give a bit of resume of the two topics. The last topic of the keynote speaker session. The first one is with the title Weaving Sustainability, Integrating STEM and Local Knowledge in Indonesia's Archipelago Creative Industry, and the second one is conquer the problem of space deficiency in urban areas through the Indonesian knowledge. All right, I think those two are very interesting topics. So I would give the opportunity to the floor first for asking questions. Maybe for the first term, there will be 3 questions from the floor. Thank you. Yeah, from Dr. Doni Sihotang. Could you please give the microphone to Dr. Doni, Ibu Sinche? Yeah. Oh, it's done. It's done.
Test. Hello, Miss Elia. Welcome to Labuan Bajo and East Nusa Tenggara. I'm interested in collaborative perspective. In your conclusion, you said that there is a need for collaboration between government, communities, and private sector to address challenges about ikat weaving industry in East Nusa Tenggara. I wondering about how collaboration can be conducted in the STEM context, especially in technological context related ikat weaving in industry in East Nusa Tenggara. Maybe you can give me a simple example for this question. Thank you.
All right, maybe you can just go ahead with the answer.
Okay, thank you for the question, Pak.
Doni. Yeah.
Pak Doni. Pak Doni, thank you. Thank you very much. I updated the presentation with the new one, and with the new one, I write in there the connection between STEM and tenun ikat. Yeah. And in the tenun ikat, there is many math consideration. For example, there are some geometry. Yeah, wait. Yeah, mathematics play a crucial roles in the creation of ikat weaving because particularly in geometry, symmetry, and technical calculations, and the geometric pattern design using principle of proportion and symmetry to maintain a visual balance, and also and also the calculation of thread counts. I was visited the industry and found that there should be a very careful calculation of the thread. Otherwise, the pattern will be not symmetrical, and it will ruin all of the pattern that has been made by the craftsman. And there are some problems related to ergonomics. Because the workstation made by the weavers, just imagine they will sit there every day for 8 hours. If there is no, if they don't move, then it can affect their posture in a long time. That is why there should be something. We have to work with them. Yeah. However, we also must consider the transition between a new one and the traditional one. That is why we need to collaborate with them. And the collaboration must begin with empathy. Sometimes we cannot make the solution at the beginning because the first important thing is discover together what the needs of each side. For example, I can give an alternative to them. For example, I will make an ergonomic chair. However, if it is not coming from them, there is a possibility of they will not use that. That is why the making should be done together. So we can share what is good for you, and then we can make. Yeah, perhaps like that. Thank you.
It is answer your question, Dr. Doni?
Okay.
Very interesting discussion, actually.
Yes, I think enough, but maybe I hope we can discuss later about how the ecosystem of the ikat weaving, so we can make a collaborate by technological perspective, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. You're most welcome.
You okay? Another interesting questions, maybe, or yeah, curiosity coming from Thor. Just go ahead. Yeah, from Professor Febri.
Thank you. Izinkan saya untuk menyampaikan karena cukup panjang. Jadi nanti kalau bahasa Inggrisnya belepotan, informasinya tidak sampai.
So, Prof.
Yeah,
Febri, hang on. Maybe I can just mediate the question by giving it of translation.
Yes.
Okay. Do you mind if I do that? Boleh saya jelaskan nanti untuk bisa dimengerti juga oleh dua keynote speaker kita.
Saya sangat tertarik dengan penjelasan dari dua speaker kita. Tapi untuk Ibu Elia, tadi ketika mengungkapkan tentang bagaimana penerapan matematik untuk diterapkan di dalam tenun ikat terkait dengan geometri, simetri, dan seterusnya. Saya jadi berpikir, ini ibu-ibu kita yang di kampung yang sedang mengerjakan tenun ikat, itu kalau diajak berpikir matematis itu kayaknya agak sulit. Tetapi faktanya bahwa mereka bisa mengerjakan itu dan hasilnya unik seperti yang kita pakai ini. Dan saya juga berpikir bahwa generasi yang membuat tenun ikat ini suatu saat mereka akan selesai. Karena mereka juga sudah berumur, tetapi saya melihat bahwa regenerasinya itu agak kurang. Jadi ketika melihat presentasi Ibu tadi, terkait dengan bagaimana mendesain partisipan, saya boleh minta saran dari Ibu, semacam suggestion begitu terkait dengan bagaimana kita mempersiapkan hal ini agar keunikan tenun ikat itu tidak menjadi punah. Jadi benar-benar kita harus mempersiapkan satu generasi yang bisa melanjutkan pekerjaan ibu-ibu kita ini. Yang cukup unik dan indah begitu. Ketika kita pakai kita juga bangga sebagai orang NTT. Karena terus terang saya kebetulan dari desa. Ibu-ibu saya itu adalah pekerja tenun. Tetapi generasi kami itu adalah generasi yang memilih sekolah. Ketika mereka memilih sekolah, kami tidak belajar lagi terkait bagaimana membuat tenun ikat. Sehingga saya sangat khawatir bahwa suatu saat itu akan punah. Terima kasih.
Alright, I think I would like to translate the questions. So the first one, it's about the mathematical calculation regarding the pattern, the geometric consideration of the pattern itself, which is theoretically, it takes time. It's gonna difficult for the traditional ikat weavers to think about, but actually they can do it without considering all this theory. But again, I would like to elaborate with the second comments. It's about how to preserve the ikat culture, the tradition from generation to generation, because nowadays we could find more young generation decided to go to school, to the university, rather than think of how they can preserve this culture. So from her perspective, how she could give a bit of understanding about how to deal with that situation. I think that's all, Ibu Julaika.
Thank you very much. But may I answer in Bahasa then you translate for me as well? Ya. Jadi terima kasih Bu untuk pertanyaannya. Oleh karena itu saya kaget ketika mengetahui ada program studi tenun ikat di Nusa Cendana. Karena betul bahwa tenun ikat itu harus ditangani secara serius. Dengan adanya diploma di bidang tenun ikat, maka kita bisa mengajari anak-anak itu untuk tidak hanya belajar menenun, tetapi mengetahui filosofinya, mengetahui teknologinya, mengetahui ekonominya, mengetahui ekosistemnya. Itu secara holistik dipelajari di situ. Karena sebenarnya menenun tidak sekedar belajar membuat, tetapi belajar bagaimana ini nanti akan diturunkan maknanya kepada generasi seterusnya, kan seperti itu. Itu kan sebenarnya tidak sekedar membuat sesuatu tetapi menurunkan pesan. Karena ada cerita yang kita berikan ke orang-orang yang memakainya. Membuat orang supaya orang merenungi maknanya, kan seperti itu. Dan saya melihat bahwa di Tenun Ikat Nusa Cendana itu sudah berkolaborasi dengan praktisi, namun praktisi kan punya keterbatasan untuk menyampaikan pesan karena mereka membuat. Perlu akademisi untuk mendokumentasikan, membuat refleksi, merenungkan, kemudian menyarikan dalam bentuk pengajaran yang lebih terstruktur supaya lebih mudah dipelajari oleh generasi yang lain. Tidak bisa praktisi itu diminta berlaku seperti akademisi. Memang dibutuhkan akademisi berkolaborasi dengan praktisi. Saya rasa seperti itu.
All right, Bu Elia, sorry. So I would like to elaborate all these answers. The first is to understand holistically on what we need to consider. What we need to be seriously consider is to know the philosophy of ikat weaving and the culture and the ecology system, the economy. There are lots of various aspects to be seriously considered, and not only from the practitioners, but academicians. And the other thing is what makes this really important or serious thing to think about is the story embedded in the patterns of ikat weaving. It's passed on to generation. So to preserve it, it's not as easy as what the ikat weavers can do, but how to involve both academia and practitioners in there to sit together and think about what they should do. And yeah, also the learning subject for the ikat weaving department. Yeah, we have, maybe you are referring to the ikat department in Faculty of Science and Technology of Nusa Cendana University, where you assess the department. Yeah, but again, design the learning subject is not only about the understanding on how the pardon? Yeah, not only how the ikat weavers making it or involving the practitioners in there or the ikat weavers to teach the subject, but also the academia need to involve more in there. I think that's what I can explain. Maybe you want to explain it.
Yeah,
Just go ahead.
Yeah, you translate very well. I just want to add that by bringing it into education, we not only learn but also explore innovation and updating it so it will fit to the modern needs rather than just rely on the traditional ikat pinggang. Yeah, ikat traditional tenun ikat.
All right. Professor Febri, one more questions? No? Or the next one from Professor Anthony Ola? Yeah. It reminds interesting topics. Thank you very much for delivering that today. Yeah.
Thank you
Go
very
ahead.
much. Terima kasih. maybe my question is for Dr. Linda. Saya kira saya berterima kasih karena Bu Linda bisa menemukan bagaimana mengatasi masalah ruang dari kios sebenarnya yang sederhana. So I would like to say my great appreciation that Bu Linda can discover like how to overcome the space limitation from the Sabu Angalai kios. Ya. So do you think that menurut Ibu apakah konsep ini bisa diterapkan misalnya pada area pertokoan yang padat atau ya maybe for the modern mall or modern shops, does it possible or no? Apa itu mungkin atau tidak?
All right, Dr. Linda, yeah, just go ahead with it. Okay, maybe the question I would like to translate one more. It's about how to hang on. Yeah, to implement the idea of kios angalai or the stall, the traditional stall made of Sawu people.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Katrin.
Sorry, made by Sawu people.
Terima kasih Prof. Tony atas pertanyaannya. Jadi dalam riset studi kasus, ya, pada dasarnya penerapannya. Jadi pertama saya jelaskan dulu bahwa riset ini yang saya lakukan, hasil akhirnya adalah teori tentang ruang. Di umum yang saya sampaikan di forum ini, mungkin bagian mesonya ya, agak menengahnya. Yang produk akhirnya adalah teori tentang ruang. Kalau teori yang tentang ruang yang sudah dikonfrontir dengan beberapa teori perilaku manusia, human environment, human behavior, mungkin itu bisa teori yang dihasilkan di akhir penelitian ini. Namun memang ada pertentangan juga di antara para ahli tentang riset-riset dengan studi kasus seperti ini. Ada yang mengatakan bahwa hasil dari studi kasus seperti ini ya bisa diterapkan pada kasus yang sama atau yang mirip. Jadi secara langsung diterapkan mungkin kepada bangunan rumah tinggal atau bangunan komersial sederhana yang mixed use seperti ini. Jadi kios angalai ini kan mix komersial dan juga settlement tempat tinggal. Mungkin bisa diterapkan pemanfaatannya di spasial layout horizontal maupun vertikal. Saya memang challenging sekali ya. Saya sih dalam presentasi saya pernah bilang bahwa ada banyak teori kita hasilkan dari mempelajari tingkah laku hewan. Kita pakai itu diterapkan di manusia. Toh bisa. Kalau Bapak Ibu pernah mendengar teori tentang kesesakan dan kepadatan, bagaimana kalau orang, jadi kepadatan dan kesesakan ini kan beda. Kepadatan itu physical, kesesakan itu psychological. Jadi merasa sesak atau menjadi padat itu berbeda. Dan teori itu kemudian diterapkan di banyak sekali riset tentang manusia. Gitu. Padahal itu risetnya dulu terhadap tikus. Melihat tingkah laku tikus ketika dikasih dia populasinya berkembang tidak dibatasi. Ternyata ketika mereka merasa sesak, itu mereka kemudian menjadi suicidal, bunuh diri, ibu-ibu melahirkan dan tidak mau mengurus anak-anaknya, bahkan ada, mohon maaf, homoseksual, lalu ada kanibalisme juga terjadi dalam kondisi kesesakan. Itu belajarnya di tikus, diterapkannya di manusia, sama ternyata ketika manusia sesak. Lalu kalau saya pelajari ini di kios angalai, kita terapkan di kasus yang lain yang masih melibatkan perilaku manusia, mungkin bisa itu. Belum pernah ada yang mencoba, tapi saya pikir kita tidak bisa mengatakan tidak bisa. Beberapa prinsip-prinsip utama menurut saya pasti bisa. Soal pemanfaatan ruang, jangan melihat ruang itu horizontal saja. Kalau horizontal saja berarti itu sebenarnya 2 dimensi. Pada ruang itu 3 dimensi. Jadi jangan lihat kalau lantainya luas 4 meter persegi, kita hanya punya 4 meter persegi. Kita lihat juga tingginya berapa. Kalau ada 4 meter lagi, maka ruangan kita adalah 4 kali 4 kali 3 meter pangkat 3 meter kubik. Jadi itulah ruang kita. Secara tradisional mereka sudah punya local wisdom untuk memanfaatkan ruang dengan begitu optimal, bahkan maksimal kalau saya bilang. Secara tradisional mereka punya. Mereka taruh di kota, itu berhasil. Di riset saya yang lain, saya belajar tentang bagaimana mereka mengokupasi teritori yang mereka tempati oleh kios mereka itu bukan lahan mereka. Itu ilegal sebenarnya. Ilegal. Tapi mereka welcome sekali. Tidak pernah kita dengar ada Angalai itu ditolak, diusir. Saya wawancara otoritas tadi di video, ada mantan Kasatpol PP yang sebenarnya tugasnya itu gusur-gusur kios-kios liar seperti itu. Tapi apa dia bilang pada saat wawancara? Mereka itu sebenarnya penjaga kota yang terselubung. Kita sekarang senang kota Kupang sudah terang. Kita ingat 5-10 tahun yang lalu gelap sekali. Dan satu-satunya terang yang menderang 24 jam itu kios Angalai. Sehingga dicurigai banyak kriminal kejahatan yang tidak jadi dapat dicegah karena adanya para Angalai ini yang dalam tanda petik menjaga kota. Jadi positif dari otoritas. Nah, jangan tanya masyarakat lokal. Masyarakat lokal, supermarket sudah tutup, semua sudah tutup, kios Angalai tinggal ketuk. Kapan saja mereka kasih. Dulu belum kenal kita kemasan makanan yang dalam ukuran kecil kan. Kalau kita beli gula pasir misalnya, itu kan paling kecil setengah kilo harus beli. Angalai yang di depan rumah sakit umum, Wesit Yohanes, mereka sudah kemas sendiri, tidak tahu siapa yang ajar mereka. Itu gula saset kecil, ibu dibikin manual, mereka bikin sendiri, ukurannya pas untuk kopi 1 gelas. Jadi strategi sosial mereka juga hebat, strategi dagangnya juga hebat. Jadi welcome teman-teman yang bidang lain kalau mau riset mereka dari bidang masing-masing. Saya udah singgung sedikit-sedikit di riset saya, tapi saya mendalami ruang karena di situ area expertise saya. Nah, ini sudah lebar kemana-mana. Pertanyaannya sudah terjawab atau belum?
All right. Yeah, Ibu Linda, thank you very much. I think that let's ask to another question, but we have very limited time to continue the discussion. But again, maybe please, operator, showing the last slide. There are 2 conclusions, which is that's the center of the question. Yeah, you explained about you ended up making your case study by seeing how the concept are conflicting, yeah, between the experts itself, and that's difficult for you to decide. You can implement it put that into modern context, yeah. So the other thing is the difference between spatial theory and human behavior. Those things you give the comparison of, about animal behavior, which is for me, from my understanding, I couldn't get the point as well. But this is really interesting discussion. Pak Hans, tolong ditampilkan kesimpulan yang terakhir, slide terakhir, because that's more relevant to the discussion, the question. And while we are waiting, I don't think that, Paul, you raise your hand. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just get it quick.
Well, I've got about 200 questions for both of you, so I won't ask any. But it just really fabulous talks, both so interesting. I'm really worried about, I love to come to Indonesia. The culture is so rich and so diverse. My first trips ever were to Padang and seeing Minangkabau culture there and the matrilineal systems, and then traveling to, everywhere in Sulawesi and East Java. And it's so rich and so diverse, and you need to teach the young kids that this is so valuable, that we lose birds and, biodiversity, but we're losing language, we're losing culture, we're losing tradition. And how do we get the young kids off their screens and so on? So it's great talks. Thank you very much. Terima kasih
Yes,
banyak.
thank you very much for your very positive comments. And once again, can we just give big applause for these two ladies? Yeah, I could see that there are no more questions in the Zoom room. So I think we just finished this session. And yeah, I will hand this into the host.
Well, actually, I just want to remind you about the time, but there is one important question actually, and Ibu Maria Lobo, who is joining us online, she has one question, important question, and she needs to know the answer. So if we can show the question, I don't have it here, but maybe we can take like 1 minute to show the question, and the speakers can answer the question. Yeah. Okay. It's because. All right. Let me. Okay. Let me read the question. Okay, let me read the question. The question is for Ibu Linda. Analyze, conquer the problem of space by adapting the space layout from their homeland Sabu. It helps them to have a peace of mind, which implies a good mental health. What is your thought on their physical health, particularly those who live in the house for more than 5 people in 2 times 1.5 square meter space? Yeah, this is like a very, very important question. And that's why she is waiting for the answer, your opinion about this one. Please, Dr. Linda.
All right, Bu Linda, I'm sorry because I didn't see the question before, but yeah, it's just appeared. So ya, Ibu mungkin bisa mengerti pertanyaan tadi atau perlu? Baik, jadi
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Mary Lobo for the question. I surprised, and I thought we all will be surprised. I found healthy kids in the stalls, very healthy kids, well-dressed, clean. Their parents give them healthy foods. I saw meals in a big package, yes, for them every day. Simple food, but healthy food like fish, vegetables, always provided for the kids. They are very smart also. I communicate with them, interact with them for years. And it is a gap theory. Maybe our friends from the other expertise more capable to answer that than I am. Why they able to provide, kenapa anak-anak ini sehat-sehat, pintar-pintar, juga ciri khas anak-anak yang sehat itu mereka juga self esteemnya tuh bagus, percaya dirinya bagus, sehingga saya bisa komunikasi dengan mereka dengan enak. Itu ada satu kios yang tadi saya tampilkan itu, waktu saya pertama kali interaksi dengan pemilik kios, dia punya anak 2, saya tidak tahu dia sedang hamil anak yang ketiga. Di tengah-tengah studi saya datang lagi, ada bayi di kios itu. Saya tanya, ini anak siapa? Anak saya, baru lahir minggu lalu. Di akhir studi, saya datang, mana anak bayi yang tadi? Itu sudah lari-lari di situ. Dan dia sedang mengandung yang keempat. Tapi kemudian saya lewat lagi, kiosnya dia expand. Dia expand. Dia lihat situasi, dia bisa expand sedikit sehingga orang tidak rasa bahwa kios itu berkembang sudah jadi rumah. Tapi dia tetap punya ruang cadangan sebenarnya. Dia punya ada kamar kos yang dia sewa juga, sehingga sewaktu-waktu kalau dibutuhkan, misalnya ada yang sakit, mungkin dia akan mengungsi dulu ke sana supaya tidak menular. Tetapi most of the time mereka benar-benar tinggal di kios itu, kerja di situ, masak, tidur. Di waktu badai Seroja melanda, percaya atau tidak, itu tidak ada kios yang rusak. Waktu badai Seroja melanda Kota Kupang, banyak bangunan yang lebih bagus rusak, tapi kios lain mereka memang keluar mengungsi, tetapi kiosnya tidak rusak. Jadi tentang anak-anak, kalau Ibu Maria bertanya tentang bagaimana kesehatan tinggal di ruang yang kecil itu, kemudian ada lagi triks mereka ya untuk bisa dapatkan kalau berkaitan dengan kesehatan berarti higiennya, sanitasinya ya. Mereka itu biasa bangun kios, pemilihan lokasinya tidak sembarangan. Mereka cari lokasi yang di roadside, main road, tapi ada bangunan, entah itu rumah tinggal, entah itu bahkan bangunan kantor yang ada toilet, ada fasilitas untuk sanitasi. Dan mereka biasa selalu bisa negosiasi untuk dapat mengakses itu. Jadi ada beberapa kios, bahkan kampus kita Undana, yang kampus lama itu ada kios Angalai di dalam kampus, yang dia gunakan toilet di kampus lama juga. Sehingga untuk sanitasi mereka tidak ada masalah. Mereka sharing, berhasil membuat orang sharing, dan sebagai pembayarannya apa? Mereka tidak bayar uang, mereka bersihkan lokasi itu. Sehingga ada yang di kantor lurah, ya ada mutual relationship mereka bangun itu. Jadi mereka tidak bayar dengan uang, tapi mereka bayar dengan tenaga. Sehingga orang yang ditumpangi, di sharing fasilitasnya juga tidak keberatan. Itu trik-trik beberapa yang mereka lakukan untuk bisa bertahan. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik, terima kasih Ibu Linda, Bapak dan Ibu yang hadir di tempat ini. Demikianlah sesi untuk keynote speakers for all of us until this afternoon. Bapak dan Ibu yang masih setia hadir secara online, thank you very much. And without further ado, kita akan langsung saja masuk pada sesi paralel. Kita punya 4 room paralel. Yang pertama itu room online, yang kedua akan ada di tempat ini, on-site di tempat ini yang akan dimoderate oleh Prof. Anton sendiri. Kemudian 3 room online lainnya akan dimoderate dari room Gabriel di samping dari ruangan ini. Bapak dan Ibu yang ada di tempat ini boleh bergabung secara on-site yang akan dimoderate oleh Prof. Anton. Baik, demikian pemberitahuan kami. Sekali lagi atas nama panitia kami mengucapkan thank you very much untuk Dr. Elia dan Dr. Linda. Thank you very much. Bapak dan Ibu, mari kita berikan aplaus sekaligus untuk Ibu moderator kita. Thank you very much. Ibu Catherine Behar sudah memoderate dengan sangat baik. Oke. Bapak dan Ibu yang masih bergabung secara online, panitia akan membantu. They will help us to divide into 4 rooms. So we have 4 parallel rooms. Langsung nanti sudah disetting oleh panitia untuk secara automatically Bapak dan Ibu akan langsung ke room paralel. And for your information, we have in total 62 presenters. So it's a lot actually. Tapi kita